Hello everybody, welcome back to Wampleville. We've got the first of our meshy figs. Now, last night we were painting up a couple of our Eldritch Foundry figs right here. 1 second, I guess I have to fix this. Somehow that ended up where it's not supposed to be, because of course, that's more like it. Where's the other one? That's over here. So there's the two that we did last night. This one is again one of the ones I did in Meshy. You can see here's another one of the figs there. Hey there, Landras. Nice to see you. Hopefully you guys are having some fun there. Just gonna get some of the refuse off here because I was when I was filming the basing part of this for this thing. Yes, obviously the Scopy was flying. Yeah, it was Scopy, Landrast. It was Scopy. I mean, it did build the channel after all. I mean, we're talking decades of Scopy, Landris. We're talking like to the early days of miniature painting, back to 2000 something. So here's the other ones again that we did. Didn't get a chance to throw those on bases. Again, I'm trying to film this, so oh, and but there's the references. Yeah, I wish I did not have time to make the like the big reference for it. You know, one of our scenes so that you could really see just how detailed that image is. I mean, it does not do a bad job, I gotta say. Now that here, let me just try to get at least a little something going in there. Try to get some of the paint out of that thing. So great to see you there, Landrast. So is it just you there, or is some of the crew there with you? Hey there, Recoil. Wow, great to see you, Recoil. So Recoil, yeah, I was filming this. Recoil, I might be able to get. What was it? I think it was supposed to be like 1,000 credits. I filled out. Basically, it was a it's like a review kind of thing or something. And if you filled it out and such, and it got approved and everything, well, then you get 1,000 credits at some point. Now, of course, Recoil, knowing what we can do and knowing how things work, those 1,000 credits are going to go a little further than the first. Was it 1,800 or whatever it was that they got, or they let you have. Doing this here. Actually, Recoil, one of the things I was trying to do today was find basically color images of Arizona because I want to do obviously for December 7th, right, which is going to be in about 14 minutes. I wanted to, one of my goals was to have make an army showcase video with the ship that I painted on stream. And the whole idea was to kind of show it sailing, right, instead of just what the way people always see it is just like one part of a barbette sticking above the water, right, Armored Wolf? So sorry about the delay there, Armored Wolf. Like I said, I was trying to film this, the basing of this here, and like an intro, because once these figures start getting painted and based and everything else, well, then it's kind of hard to show them in just their resin form. So it's weird filming videos this way. It's like everything is kind of backwards. So great to see you there, Recoil. I guess we're gonna have snow here. So in all likelihood, after the stream or tomorrow, or much later after the stream, who knows, 8, 9 o'clock in the morning, might be shoveling snow here. Is it still 40 plus there? Recoil. Now I got me some of my green going into this here. That's the not radiant green. We'll get some of that into our floor in a few places. So I did this the usual way, right, with the carving tools and such. These are the kind of things that I want to create in Meshy right here, is this kind of stuff where it's a, the dwarf texture type stuff or whatever texture. I want to do that and then have that be just printed out. So making my own plinths, that sort of thing. I mean, why not? It's not like it's taking anything else. It's a stinking plinth. How different can it be? All right, that sounds pretty steamy there. Recoil. That sounds really steamy. And it's that second part. I mean, I know it's kind of the standard joke, right? But it is kind of that second part that oof, that can be nasty for sure. So again, we're doing this. Then we're gonna do a bunch of glazy stuff, especially on the chair. Well, the throne, really. So hey there, Camda. How you doing? Great to see you. So Camda, I wasn't quite sure what that thing was. The thing you sent the link to that. Ironically enough, Camda, I might have gotten ads for that or something. It must have known that I looked at it or something because I swear I forget what it's called again, but I think all of a sudden I started getting ads for it. Yeah, let's go with this violet here. We're gonna get some of that on the floor here. So again, sorry that the voice is gonna be ragged because well now it's actually 21% humidity in here, which still is that's like 1/3 your humidity there, Recoil. But I was filming videos, so I've already been talking for at least an hour or something like that. It's weird. It feels like I've been streaming for at least an hour, hour and a half. No, it was some kind of a maybe it was Valfera. Maybe it was Valfera. It was like if you were an instructor. Maybe it was Valfera there, Camp. Sorry about that. I think I got it mixed up with the tricolor link that you sent. So sorry about that again. The brain is pretty well fried here. Do do we have? Okay, yeah, we never did anything down here with this. Gonna give me some of this here. That is gonna go into some of our folds. I don't care that the yellow is mixing in with it. That's the whole point. Okay, okay. That's good, Camda, because I really thought I was losing my mind. I mean, that's gonna happen anyways, right? Recoil. Okay, so and I'm glad I had that right, Camda, because I was really starting to go. Well, okay, yeah, that's we are ready for the institution now. That's for sure. Gonna throw that in here too. I can actually get down here a little bit. I can just sort of reach underneath there. Just a little smidgel of that bluishness there. Hamda the Hasty Hobbit, right? Actually, Hamda, we that's now you know what you can dress up as Thanksgiving. You can be Hamda the Hasty Hobbit. You'll be the sixth Hobbit. So it's sorry, Kathy still has to be the fifth Hobbit, but you can be the sixth Hobbit, and you'll be Hamda the Hasty Hobbit. Actually, Camda, guess what we could make now? Well, we have two ways of making it. We have two ways to make that. We could either just use Eldritch Foundry the same way we made the Kathy miniature, or we could literally use this guy right here. I have the picture. We could we could use that. There we go. There's the Hasty Hobbit. We could actually make a miniature of him. Well, let's see now. Oh, you don't. Yeah, you never heard the story. This was It was part of Kathy's group of friends. It was Big Jim Slade, and he went to ReaperCon, and somebody asked if he was me, because obviously I hadn't been there in years. And then the next year, there was another one of her group went, and they asked him if he was. And Slade was always known. I was always known as second best Wapple because Kathy was first best. So then Slade was third best Wapple, and then I think it was it Asmo or was it Dio? One of those two. It was either Asmo or Dio. They go to ReaperCon and they became fourth best Wapple. So there are hierarchies in Wappleville, Camden. There are hierarchies. Those are strictly adhered to. Although you can advance via fratricide, I think, Camden. Yes, I think you can advance that way. You just be like, I don't know, man, he was around in Moria. Goblins must have got him or something like that. I don't know. He was here the last time I saw him. He was fine. Maybe the goblins got him. Just trying to get me some of the stuff out of this brush here. Now, Recoil, did you end up doing the sign-up thing for, was it X or whatever? I haven't had any crazy stuff happen since I just said, okay, fine, I'll sign up to your stupid thing. Obviously, I haven't been on there or used it or anything like that, so clearly it's not like you have to go on there and use it. You just gotta sign up or whatever it is. And of course, it was a very crazy championship Saturday here. I didn't really get to follow very much of what was going on super precisely, but it was pretty wild and wacky. You know, I'm gonna roll with this. Let me do this. One sec over here. Let's see. Let's do this. Yeah, okay, we'll just hit it with this for right now. Touch lighter, maybe? Little touch lighter. It was scary recoil too, especially when, just one of the other things I did today was just in case something jinky happened again, I tried to find all of my different Lord of the Rings, those animations that I made. Holy smokes, there was a bunch of them recoil. There was a ton of them to recover. So I just did that on the off chance it's like something gets weird again. Now, Indian yellow, sure. Some of this, sure. Hey there, look at Valfera brought a bot with him. Yeah, so maybe that's why we had bots last night, is Valfera's bringing them with him. Man, it's like the old days all of a sudden here. Hadn't seen those in a long, long time, and now they seem to be back. I think this is the second stream in a row with one of those. So yeah, we have ourselves a little bot going on there. Thanks, Armored Wolf. So Valfera. So is ACC going to have no teams in there? It was even that game was weird. Obviously the game in Indianapolis was pretty weird, right, Valfera? It was pretty horrid early on, but eventually we got ourselves quite the championship weekend, didn't we? I had better hopes for BYU. Looks like yeah, Armored Wolf Bryce is not going to be super happy. Yeah, Bryce is he's a little bit he's hurting today because that was a beatdown. That was a beatdown by Texas Tech for sure. that was a mega beatdown right there. Come on. Fine, we'll even let a little bit of that work its way onto the skin tone. Now we're going to take this here, plus this. Let's start doing some dry brushy stuff here. Nice to see you there, Nurgle Matthew. So, but it's still not a happy Saturday yet. Believe it or not, we still got 2 minutes to a happy Saturday here. And somebody was launching off fireworks earlier today, which kind of kicked off a little bit of weirdness because you see this headline on Facebook: train derailment on South Side. And then I was wondering, okay, was that an oil tanker that blew up or something like that? A mile from the house here. So I guess is the Hoosiers are going to be the #1 seed. Obviously, I guess Georgia's going to be, well, Georgia's the conference champs, so I think it's conference champs automatically get a bye. But Velfira, guess who's getting in? JMU is getting in. Yes, Velfira, that's a perennial powerhouse right there. James Madison University. I think they are headed to the dance. Yes, indeed. The all-powerful James Madison University. Let me try to get this going here. And I guess Tulane, well, it's that whole group of five thing. And if the ACC is kind of in as dire a shape as I think it is, yeah, you could have more of those. You could have more JMUs and TMUs getting into the college playoff there. I would think so. Who would you rather see? Right? Would you rather see a Virginia team that couldn't beat a 5-loss Duke team on a neutral site? Or would you rather have Vandy, who has taken down how many top 10 teams? Didn't get this back here yet. And of course, Camden, we got some more folkies here in the chat if you want to share some stuff there. So that's Tulane because they wiped out. Well, I didn't I say that North Texas probably was not. Again, and I'm only basing this on having, in a bizarre way, seen so many of their games over the last 2 years. Because all the people that are like streaming games like that, the TV folks don't care. It's like, oh, it's North Texas. Go ahead and stream that. We don't care about that. I'm going to just take it this way a little bit more. There we go. All right. You know what? I'm going to take more of this paint out of here. Like we do. Come on. There we go. More of my white there. And no, let's take some of this away. Again, I'm sorry I didn't get to do a screen. I wanted to do a screen with our Eowyn picture there so that people could really get a good view of what that looks like. I also meant to have the hype train animation here, but sorry, that's just going to have to wait for Monday. Actually, I think I know. Well, let's see. What's the date? Well, today's the 7th. That would be. Oh, well, now. Okay, so today's the 7th. So it'll be 8. So, yeah, I'm thinking for Armada Monday, if I can do it, maybe we create a flat of Arizona. I might actually try to do that in the video. I'm going to see if I can make that happen. And I mean a flat more like this one, and see if that might actually work out. How you doing there, Tatley? Great to see you back. Happy Saturday. Oops, that was a little more of the weight than I wanted there. That's okay. That's all right. We'll figure things out. Thanks for sending that, Velfira. Appreciate that. Yeah, we're gonna lighten that up a little bit more. And again, this is one of the figures that I made in Meshi right here. Here's another one. Let's do this here. Oh, that's right. Sorry about that. Hey, AD, how you doing? I was thinking it was Friday. No, it's Sunday now. Oh, wow. Actually, that doesn't happen all that often. Wow, it's actually Sunday, December 7th. Man, that's pretty well. So that means, well, then I'm definitely doing that. Yes, I'm definitely doing an Arizona flat, and then we'll paint that on Armada Monday. That sounds cool. I like that. AD, why don't you share some stuff in the chat there? So, AD, yeah, unfortunately, I don't know anybody. The only contact I ever had with, I almost said creature caster, with Chimera. Actually, oh, hey, actually, well, Armored Wolf, uh, I maybe, well, it's not something we want to be talking about on stream necessarily, right? AD, we don't want to advertise what's that wouldn't exactly help Chimera to too much in public, but I wasn't sure, Armored Wolf, if you know any of the folks from Chimera. It's a little thing about their website. You did get a hold of somebody there, AD? Okay, never mind. Never mind. And again, everybody please give AD Creations a follow. Actually, speaking of Sunday, now that I know it's actually Sunday, thanks, Tatley. Appreciate that. So yeah, now that it is Sunday, we can say happy Sunday. And I wasn't sure. I know your schedule was all for schmizzled and everything. Wasn't sure if you might be streaming Sunday at all. That might have been too much thinner right there, but whatever. Whatevs. So hopefully you're kind of. That's too hard of a brush. Hopefully you're kind of energized a little bit there, AD, after getting back to the casa and everything. Taking this, can we make her? Not really able to make a filbert out of that the way I would like. Still able to do a little bit more with this. Okay, now we stop fooling around with that stuff and let's start doing some glazy things here. Like this. Oh, my reference. It got covered up by the stream. Okay, there we are. Come on. There we go. Everybody check out that Instagram link there. That's fantastic. So AD just actually might be streaming tomorrow, so everybody should give AD Creations a follow for sure. So that's fantastic, AD. Glad that you'll be able to get back into it now. Just trying to, there we go. I'm going to get a little bit of this going here. Skin tone stuffs. It's not really a pin line wash kind of glazy thing. Not quite. Otherwise, it'd be down here by now, right, Camda? Heck, it might actually be all the way to the Shire by now or something, if it was a actual regular pin line wash. Nah, I gotta do this instead here. Let me try some more. Now here we're gonna actually let that kind of do a little bit of mixing there, just for funsies. Hey teams, how you doing? Team Scrum, nice to see you. Trying to get this, let me see. Well, even, gee whiz, all my Gandalfs are still down. All my Gandalf, the white and everything are all still downstairs. So we'll have to maybe use a Sauron here again. You can see a lot, trying to get as many different, none of this is white, right? There's no actual white there. Here's another one of our Sauron, and again, there's no actual white there. It's some other color. Ooh, actually, you can see it here. Yep, you can see a similar kind of gray in that one right there. So that was one of the things, they were actually supposed to send me those, and that was 2019, and unfortunately, the post office chose to ignore the hold mail, which meant they tried to deliver those while we were at ReaperCon, 900 plus miles away. And we didn't know until we got back, like 9 days, well, several days later, and they had already been sent back to Spain. And then they said, oh, that's okay, we're going to be at Adepticon, we'll just give them to you at Adepticon. Well, then Adepticon didn't happen for 2 years. So, yeah, that kind of changed things a little bit. And it was just that one Gen Con, right, Armored Wolf? That I got to mess around with them. Yeah, it was that one Gen Con. And otherwise, that's it. Haven't touched them since. Haven't even seen them since. Wow, now there's a pin line wash. It just traveled all the way around the chair. So it went from here all the way back here. So again, pin line wash. It defies gravity, right, Camda? It defies gravity. That is just the most amazing thing about the pin line wash. Is that it laughs at gravity. It is not subject to the gravitational constant of the universe. But yeah, Camden, now I'm starting to think, since we have that photo of the hasty hobbit, we should try to see if we could use Meshi or Tripo. Maybe that's a challenge for Tripo. Yeah, we'll save that challenge for Tripo. Now, I don't know if I'm saying that right. I've never heard anybody say it, so that's how we're going to pronounce it here. We get to choose how we pronounce things if we don't hear anybody else ever pronounce them. That's a new thing in Wappleville. Yeah, I just get to choose. Look at this. Look at that's almost. It's almost like we're weathering a vehicle. This is literally the same kind of thing. Where the heck is it? You're basically watching the same thing I did here on this T28. Yep, same deal. Obviously, that's winter wash, but we're doing literally the exact same thing here that I did over here. I mean, there is no reason why you can't do all the things with the oil paints. There's nothing special. This versus a flat versus a whatever. OAD. I know you saw the pictures of these, but I don't think you actually had a chance to see these in person. So yeah, that's one of the flats. And now here's that exact same thing, but this was done with image2stl.com. Back to the VDB here. Where's that? There you go. There's the asphalt. I still gotta. Geez, I still haven't had time to look for that caput mortem. I just have to find out what was the successor color to that. Now, obviously, there's not a whole lot of mummy stuff in caput mortem, but so AD, it is definitely it was exciting because obviously the only thing the image to STL can do is the well, and I'm not trying to be a Weisenheimer here, but it can only do the very flat flats. It can't have. There's no dimensionality to it, right? AD. AD, geez, I'm not sure how many of the actual physical flats you've seen. It is. I can show you some of them on the stream here in a bit. Now, obviously, what does not work well in the meshies when it comes to the flats is any kind of knot work or words or anything like that. So that's those just have to be eliminated. So it has to be just the figure itself, minimal patterns. It can do okay with flowers and such. Because I tried doing one of the Japanese flats, and it was a disaster. I thought it was going to be really good. It was catastrophically bad. Now we'll try and get our glazy action in here. Look at that. There you go. More pin line wash happening. So Velfer, geez, I think it could be very interesting. I was actually able to find a bunch of really nifty computer renderings of Arizona in color. Because obviously there's those same 4 to 5 pictures of Arizona in black and white, but these were more. Obviously, it was maybe something that you would almost use for creating like a not World of War, yeah, World of Warships, yeah, something like that. And I'm gonna see if we can just use those to make a flat or two of Arizona. Actually, I'll try to make both kinds. I'll try to make the image to STL type, and then the other kind. I don't even know what we have. So many different things. Not sure what to call it. Okay, so that okay, a little bit more there. All right. So it looks like the throne has itself some shading on it. Hey, Green Leaf, how the heck are you doing? Great to see you there, Green Leaf. Happy Sunday. Yes, it is not. It's not a happy Saturday. That I have now learned the hard way. So as Greenleaf, I hope that you are doing fantabulous. Of course. Now again, last night we did our two. These are the ones we did in Eldritch Foundry, right here. Where's the other? There it is. And that was fun because we were reprising the color scheme that we did years ago. That one right there. Now again, we also, here's another one of the figures that we did with the meshies there. Look at this fabulous shield that we did right there. And then here's again some of the other ones that we created. Oh, there we go. There's another one right there. Now, Greenleaf, I think you could share that stuff, right? That's not super secret. I mean, it's a Kickstarter. They want to promote that, right, Greenleaf? So, Greenleaf, if you want to, share some links to the campaign, and I mean, if you want to share links for your stuff too, but we want to help out the MWG folks there. So yeah, you want to help them out there by posting some links. Go ahead, please do that, Greenleaf. Ooh, look at that! Look at that! It's getting lighter by everything else getting dark. Look at how much darker this is. Again, just via some of our pin line washi types. Let me get this one figure out of the way. So AD, I'll send you the original image that was created, and again, that was the biggest surprise is that Meshi is actually a really really fantastic image generator. I last night Recoil I was trying to get oh, what the heck was it? Not Copilot, but GPT to I literally fed it pictures of the Black Gate, as in like a full-on STL type of thing, right? And it still was completely messing up the geometry. It looked like something out of a children's drawing. So Greenleaf, Stuart just shared a link there again. That's Mini War Gaming. We want to help them out. I guess they got a campaign going. So everybody check that out, and of course, check out what Greenleaf is doing. But again, also be sure to give MWG some support there. I did end up getting a few good animations. There was another one, Recoil, where it literally had the mouth of Sauron riding backwards out the gate of out the Black Gate. It was the funniest ever thing, and I think I'm starting to learn how to basically I'll let you start out the prompt, and then I will correct you because you will be wrong, and that actually is working pretty well. Recoil is just looking at that prompt, and now I know where Grok tends to go astray. Where it just, I mean, you've used it more than I have. Well, I don't know if I'm catching up to you because you keep using it too. And I know you got more stuff that you're doing there with it, Recoil. So again, everybody check out that link that the Greenleaf Terrain just posted. And again, Greenleaf is going to be part of the Kickstarter as far as, you want a physical painted, yeah, physical part of the pre-painted terrain sets there. If you wanted to do a little describing of what some of it is there, Greenleaf, go ahead, do that. Again, we want the MWG folks to do really well on this, of course. All right, we will get rid of all that dark stuff there. Oh, and by the way, we've been doing this for 38 minutes. Yeah, now let's do some stuffs on the hair. Actually, AD, were you going to be painting some more on that one figure that you showed me the other day on stream anyways? And again, everybody please give AD Creations a follow. Give Cam to Paints a follow. Valfair, if you wanted to post some stuffs in the chat there, don't feel like you can't be doing that. Okay, so that's cool. And I think you posted your link there, right, AD? Yeah, my head is in a bazillion different places right now because I was just filming. Oh, I'm like 40 minutes before I started streaming here. Now let's put it this way: about an hour and 5 minutes ago, I was carving this base, just like we did here. There you go. Now you can see it. So I was doing this process on this thing maybe an hour 15 minutes ago. And then I just literally slapped some primer on there while I was waiting for the primer to dry. I was trying to get the paint out on the palette. Oh, actually, recoil. So we're painting the last piece of Helm's Deep. So my guess was 32 hours, right, Camda? Now, guess I was. I guess I'm not out of the running because I wasn't over. But guess what the final time was? Well, is because it's still going to be printing. Uh, it might still be printing this time tomorrow. Okay, that's good, AD. So, yeah, take some raw guesses. Now, again, my guess was 35 hours. I was pretty close. I was not that far off. Thank goodness I got that new set of spools. Actually, well, now I need to get me another set of spools. Because spools, right, Landrast? Actually, geez, Landrast, speaking of printing, you haven't printed something out on that FDM printer in a wee while there. I think you need to print out the black gate. That's it. We'll have you print out the black gate. Since I've already printed out all of Minas Morgul, Minas Tirith, Osgiliath, Dol Amroth, all of Lothlorien, half of Rivendell. Hey, there's Sea Dragon. How you doing? Oh, that's it, Recoil. Yeah. Rivendell, right? I have the... Now, this was before I had the printer, so I had somebody... I got it on Etsy. Someone printed out basically Elrond's house. And I fed it all kinds of little, just this exact data. And man, it was bad. It was not fantabulous, that's for sure. It was very hideous. So glad that you're doing well there. Again, happy Sunday there, Cedra. Of course, I forgot. I was still thinking it was, apparently it was a Saturday kind of Sunday. Whatevs. That's our fabulous radiant, not radiant, cobalt, or cobalt radiant. What are we calling it, Cam? We have so many weird names for non-existent things. I don't remember what we're calling it anymore. I think it's not radiant cobalt, and it's almost like a semi-glaze of it too. Where's my? There we go. Get some of you in there. Some of you over there, and over there. More of this down there. Actually, Armored Wolf, I think I sent you the animation of this. Yeah, because I didn't realize that there's like 5 animations of this. Well, there's 5 animations because some of the first ones went a little bit astray. It's like, wow, is that candle powered by high octane jet fuel? That candle in the background, holy smokes! It's like somebody just lit kerosene and ammonia on fire or something. I don't know. Try to get a little bit more of the blue. Okay, there we go. So you can see, remember I said I don't mind that yellow getting in there? This is the whole reason, because now it almost looks like there's a little bit of the, the floor color coming through that. And again, the chair here, because we did this, and remember, we were doing it the same kind of way we did our winter wash here on this T28. Recoil, oh geez, I don't think I sent you the, oh, I didn't send you the Sauron songs yet. Sorry about that. I thought I did. I know I sent you all the whatchamacallit, the Mouth of Sauron ones, but not the new Sauron ones. I guess we're gonna have to do a lot of Eowyn Army Showcase videos or videos with Eowyn because I have about 15 different versions of the Shield Maiden song. Let me do this. We will do this. And now we're going to do that. So Sea Dragon, 45 minutes, right? That ain't nothing, right, Sea Dragon? And again, it was a wild Saturday on the gridiron. Again, the first games were, well, not so fantabulous, but boy, did it get wild. Even there's an overtime. The last conference championship was settled in overtime after some very careless, reckless plays by the team that should not have needed overtime to win that game. We'll just put it that way. Get a little smidge of that up here. Okay, there we go. Now, AD, it'll be the usual kind of later night hours, right, on Sunday that you'll be streaming. Usually, your Sunday night streams, they tend to start right as I'm about to start doing my Sunday night filming of the videos. It's almost like clockwork. It's like, okay, I'm about to start filming the video. Oh, look at this, AD is streaming. So 47 minutes and 14 seconds ago, this had no paint on it. This was just ebony flesh primer. And absolutely nothing else. Technically, a few hours ago, well, about 2.5, 3 hours ago, it looked like this. I mean, it wasn't on a base. There was no base. There was no primer. There was no nothing. Well, what do we say here, Camden? Aside from don't be a hasty hobbit, we say don't blink. Don't blink. Actually, recoil. I just got a mischievous thought of somehow making an animation where basically it's like you're looking at something, right? And then it kind of has that thing where it's like you blink, right? The camera kind of goes dark for a half a second or not even, and then you open your eyes again and it'll be all done. I think we need something like that. That wouldn't. I don't think that would be a hard animation to do, unless I'm totally wrong, which I could be. Thanks, Sea Dragon. No, I've got. This is one of the base technique. Where the heck did that go? This has survived since the earliest days. Well, since before the painting pyramid, but this was one of the first basing tutorials that I filmed on the painting pyramid. I mean, that's the exact same technique used to make that there. Yeah, recoil. I don't know. I think that could be pretty funny. Might just have to happen. Now, of course, again, we're going to try and get ourselves all kinds of different colors. Look at this. Look at this. It's Team Oxide. Team Oxide. Yes, that is chromium oxide green, also known as Ferris U. Because Terra Rosa, of course, that's Oxide University. And of course, Oxide University is set inside a strip mine. I actually think that, well, for 30 credits, it better do a really nice job. I actually think that I might be better off trying to do our stadium rent. Oh, actually, whoa, recoil. Here's something. I'm starting to think we might be better off trying to do our football uniforms for our APCC teams in instead of doing them in GPT, where it's kind of a nightmare. They're average at best. I wonder if Meshi might actually do a better job of creating our teams. Well, then we could actually maybe make the STO files that way too. I don't know. We already have the Eldritch Foundry ones. We got our Mars Yellow. And that's actual Mars Yellow Deep there. That is not. That's not a facsimile. That's not an alkyver. That is just straight up Mars Yellow Deep right there. Because I figured places maybe like the floor and under here and other such things that we don't necessarily need this to be dry immediately. I think, well, the other thing too is that Meshi gives you 2 views. Or no, 4 views. Yeah, it gives you 4, whereas GPT only gives you 1. I still haven't made any images in Grok yet, so I can't speak to that. Now, how's about some woody grains here? Yeah, we're going to start doing that. If we're doing wood grains everywhere else, we're going to start doing something here. Now, again, we're just going to hop in there. We'll use this here. And, oh, look at that. There you go. Same thing here. Oh, look at this. It's tool brush. Well, what's that the coolest kid says? Two brush blending or something like that? Or too thin brushes? I don't know what the heck it is anymore. It's something. Gonna get me some woody grains going that away too. Wood grains there. Some kind of wood suggestion for wood grain there. Yeah, okay, fine. Fine. Let's just do this. And now, blammo. You want? Oh, get me some of that chromium oxide green up here. I'm going to do it. Get some of that down over here. So I got these crafty brushes. The one thing they do real well is they're super soft. It means you're not really doing a whole bunch of freehandy type things with them, but they can be handy for other stuff. I do words, Camda. Oh, that I could. That's it. It was very unclear. They did describe something, and I thought I had done it, and clearly I hadn't. So thanks, Recoil. It's so funny that it's that changing it to a different version of Grok there because it was that was where I was losing all my credits because I was changing it back to what was it Meshi 4 or something like that or 5 so I could use the multi views and everything. Yeah, just stick with the 6, I guess. Can you see there's now you can see it. See there's a little bit of greenishness there and there. Then we got a little hints of some red there and there. Some little hints of red here and there and here, and also little hints of wood grain. We're gonna, do more of that eventually. I mean, you can see here that some of our glaze stuff, that's still trying to set. That's how quick it's all happening here. Where's my green again? There we go. Come on. Whoops. Okay. Well, I guess we're gonna be doing some of that there. That wasn't the intent. It just sort of happened that way. into here. Also over there. So yeah, I'm gonna try to, I'm gonna see if I can't maybe somehow create some flats for Arizona. Hopefully it's better than, remember the ones we were doing, recoil, for Bismarck? I mean, there was one, it was serviceable, but it was kind of like, uh, I'm hoping, again, learning what I've learned, we can have a little better result. And again, if it works out, we'll paint that up on our Monday stream, which, well, now that's tomorrow. That'd be a super special Armada Monday right there. Kind of like our Veterans Day, Armada Monday. Fine, we'll make that a little later. I mean, look, you can see there's still some glazy stuff that's trying to set that. Same down here. Now, Sea Dragon, I don't think you guys are going to get a whole bunch of snow. I mean, it's not like we're getting a bunch. It's like 2-3 inches of snow tops or whatever. So that's not exactly something to be terrified about. I don't think the folks up north. I think it's a more of a west kind of a thing. I think those folks are going to be participating in a little more of the snowfall there. A little touch of it there. Okay, there you are. So Rico, I'll try to use that for some of the Arizona images then. So I'll try to remember that. So again, it's that drop down menu, and I think I know which one you're talking about, because there's like an accidental mouse click on that the other day. What I hate was when you load your photo there that you're going to animate, and it's kind of just in the same place, and then all of a sudden it like hops to a whole nother part of the screen. All right, let's start doing some flashy tones here. Let's do that. I'm gonna get me some of this, and that is gonna go over here. We gotta start adding a little bit of rosiness in places. Ones we usually do. There's still some of the glazy stuff that's kind of set in there as well. All right, here we are again. Actually, the image here, the one that Meshi created, it is not too shabby. I mean, it's got greens, right? I mean, it would be a very good portrait reference. I mean, just for doesn't matter if it was just a generic person. Could just be generic person number 20 or something like that. It would be a really good painting reference because man, there's like all of the green where you're supposed to have like above the eyes and on the temples, certain areas where it should be almost kind of have that, again, sort of a bit of greenishness. Yeah, recoil. So I stopped that because now of course recoil. I forgot. I think on the iPad it still does that because I don't really do too much of the grok stuff on the iPad, so that might still have it on there because obviously that works very differently from a laptop. But on all the other devices, I'm pretty sure recoil that I've gotten rid of the stupid auto generate there. Now again, this brush it's a softer brush. You can see it is. Oh, actually, we can do this. We can get closer. We can get closer here. So again, there's certain things that it does a really, really, really good job on. And then there's other things. It's just, how can this be the same program? This went really well. This is just, again, hideously bad. And sometimes it can be all things in between. Then we'll get to our later here as well. Me. Actually, I'm going to zoom in on my reference. I mean, even on the hands, it's got the that kind of grayish green and all the places that you would have, like, again, even on my hands. It's very impressive. And that I did write that in that survey. I said I didn't expect this to be almost a more valuable image generation program than an STL generation program. Because the rest of our Lord of the Rings guys, I am not doing that, the way I thought I was originally going to. I'm gonna do that, and I'm not gonna do this none of the stupid height maps or orthographics or none of that stuff. Same thing with the I almost called it the recoil monster, the autocorrect monster, created by Recoil, of course. Well, Recoil set up all kinds of very fancy equipment, kind of like what the Ghost Hunters do or something like that. Recoil was tracking the autocorrect monster for weeks and months, and then he finally caught the autocorrect monster. And then Recoil sent me the data that he found, the pictures that he was able to take of the autocorrect monster. And that is how Camda, who's constantly being unjustly targeted by the autocorrect monster, he gets to expose the autocorrect monster to the light of day. Now here, this has very little thinner in it right here. Well, that's probably because there's such a hasty hobbit that makes the words very tasty. Now, we're speaking of that green. We'll get some of that in here. That's very apropos, Camda. That is quite perfect how that played out. It's almost like it was meant to be. No, 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 no. Let's go back again here. So this see a little bit of grayish green happening. Oh, also here. Also here. Again, got to avoid the whole 5 o'clock shadow thing, but we certainly want to get here. And the same deal here. Bring it over that way. Again, there's the fatty tissue in certain places, and other places have the much more the rosiness. I might, I am gonna. What the heck? I'm gonna treat myself to the Perline Crimson. We're gonna do that. Didn't get to use any of that yesterday, so I'm putting some of that out here. Well, geez, maybe more than that. Is this a Series 6? Okay, Series 6, not Series 7. Oh, that's the Puro Orange. That's right. Yeah, let's bring it down over here. Trying to get these here centered, not trying to make you dizzy. Now I'm extra glad that I didn't. I was gonna set this on one of our little printed holders, and then I thought, you know what? I think I've been liking it actually better without those. Turns out I was correct. Giving ourselves some eyes here. Count on the softness of these bristles here. Down we go. Where's my, there it is. Here. Then you two. Something there. Also here. And then, there's our violet here. Violet, and some of this. It's always fun to get that not radiant violet in the hair, the blonde hair anyways. So are we even? Okay, so we're a little over an hour in. We're 1 hour, 6 minutes in. Again, I'm not saying, I'm just saying, you know, it's like, okay. It's only a little over an hour we've been fooling around with this. Or we could do it the hard way. In which case, it would be less of this done in an hour. It's all about trains and tracks, right? Recoil. More of our light on that lower lip there. Try to lighten up you a little more there too. Also over there. I wonder if this thing is a little bit bigger than 72 mil. I don't know. Maybe it's 75. Starting to do some stuff on the knuckles there. Now, I still gotta wait for some parts of the cloth there to set some more. I'm gonna try to also throw a little more lighter stuff down here. Back to my little touch of green. Or in there. Also in there. Back to these, and again, do you see my hands anywhere near that? Look at this. My hand's practically off of the brush. It's practically not even on the brush anymore. Where's my ultra micro blending brush? Here you go. Now, how's it? We gotta let those. Gotta let the eyes set a little bit more. I was just about to fool around with those, and I said, nope. We're not messing around with that just yet. It floats all on its own, right, Camda? If you free it, if you hold it prisoner, right, you know, locked up in the prison of your death grip there, you're just not gonna let it fly, right? Right, that Camda, it won't be able to fly free and do what it needs to do. I'm going to try and get me a little more of the light down there as well. Touch lighter up there, and actually a little more of our light working its way there. Usually I I do not have sorry images of this quality, basically almost like a full portrait reference, as in somebody just stood there and we took pictures of that person. Yeah, Camden, believe it or not, it's kind of funny. My hand might almost be closer to the palette camera when I'm painting than the painting camera. So great to see you there, Grant Oracle. So Grant Oracle, I don't know if you were doing a little bit of lurkies earlier on there, but if you heard the hopeful plan maybe for the Monday stream is possibly painting some Arizona flats, maybe made in a couple of different ways. The nice thing is that they don't take very long to print out, being, well, flats. And then they also don't take very long to dry, which means then I can also get them into the curing thing that much sooner. So yeah, Grand Oracle, well, one of the things is I might actually be getting about 1,000 credits back from Meshi, because I did the survey thing. Basically gave it ratings. And then also, as we add more light over here, like we need to do. Now I'm going to be filming the rest of that video tonight after the stream, or at least most of it, anyways. But I'm hoping to actually make flats of Arizona. I just it's going to be the test, one of the test subjects for the video. We'll see if we can make that happen. Come on. There we are. Also here. Let me do this now. Okay. Some more here. And let's do this. Okay, yeah, let's keep rolling with that. It also did some really nice. It didn't just do the folds in the cloth. It's the type of cloth. So this is not like Galadriel's outfit made of like some kind of I don't know, forced spider silk or something like that. It's a much more rough fabric. It is a much more rough fabric, and it really it shows it in all the folds and everything, and how it's and even in the some of the areas where there is no fold, even some of the smoother areas. Grand Oracle, there's certain parts of it that are very flat, no doubt about it. Well, then that way I don't have to do much of a height map, right? Right, Grand Oracle. Well, that was again. That's the other shocking thing, is to find out that all of those height maps I've been making for weeks, in preparation for using said Meshi, were pretty much a waste of time. Now I did learn stuff while I was making those, so it's not like a complete and total utter waste of time. It's just worthless for what I thought they were gonna do. make it into the light here on the side. I'm just waiting for some of this stuff to see the eyes. Now I could probably get back in there and fool around with those. Needed some of the more glazy stuff that I put in there to set. Otherwise, that would have been quite the mess. See you later, Greenleaf. Thank you so much. And again, Greenleaf, why don't you share the Kickstarter link one more time there? Again, that's Mini Wargaming. Let's help our friends up there make the Kickstarter campaign a success. And also, Greenleaf Terrain Studios is a part of the painted terrain section. Part of that Kickstarter project. So why don't you go ahead one more time before you take off? Share the link and such. Yeah, we'll do this now. Also this. Also that. A little more of a light here. So all of this stuff was set up. I mean, this was nasty dry brush stuff we were doing. All of a sudden, you got the blues, you got the yellows. That stuff just happened all by itself. That wasn't layers and layers of glazes and all this other kind of stuff. It was just like, yeah, we'll just dry brush this nasty stuff on there, let it mix together, and see what happens. That's how we roll. I'm going to sacrifice our little knobs on the drone here so we can do this part. This one a little bit easier. I'm going to get rid of some of the extra paint there, and now, boom. There you go. Top of that chin, I'm going to get that a little more also, that lower lip. Let me get this a little more too. Let's get some eyebrowsy things on here. Let's just try this. See what this does. See what this is going to do. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. As we're going to go back into that with our later stuff. Again, I'm just trying to make sure we get some of that nifty greenish gray stuff that I saw in the shadows there. Now over here, under the eyes, I'm going to try to, this is it, yeah, here, this is basically like an Indian red sort of a thing, or Mars red. That's going to go here, and then also over here. Nope, gotta go a little darker than that. At least for this right over here. And now the corners, we'll go maybe more of the asphaltum in the corners. Here, over there, not too much. Is that okay? That's not actually a second thing there. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna darken this down. The separation between the fingers here again with our asphaltum. Pretty much an asphaltum pearling crimson mix. That's a nice deep rich mix there. Alright, back to more of our almost the same darker yellowish brown we put on the hair. Lighter skin tone, lighter skin tone, lighter skin tone. Not there we okay, now we're getting a little bit of the rosiness to it. It's getting way too yellow. Now we're getting there. I gotta refresh that brush. Not too much thinner though. Maybe that was a. I was thinking that was more than I wanted, but maybe not. That actually is just about right. Huh, alright. Is nice. Now I'm gonna start fooling around with the hair. Indian yellow in there. Let's start doing this. And again, it didn't do too bad of a job rendering the hair either. Believe me, I've had worse sculpted hair, as in, like, abysmal sculpted hair. This is not too shabby. And I don't just mean, like, okay, STLs, I'm talking about going all the way back to the days of metal figures, where sometimes the hair was like, is that hair or is that just a helmet with some lines? Actually, I've seen helmets that had more hair texture to them than some of the hair that I've had to paint over the years. Some of the hair helmets that I've had to paint could have stopped a 50 caliber bullet. Okay, get that on this side here. That is going to just have to be much later, but we have to make sure that there is some kind of our yellowish color on there. Back to this. Grand Oracle, do you remember? It was one of the very first Loot Studios. Actually, it was one of the first, was that 72 mil figs I've ever really painted on stream. It was that Loot Studios fig. And we did that with the oils. And it was basically the Galadriel figure. And I ended up using it in the one oil paint class that I did get to do it at Adepticon. Gee whiz, well, how many years ago was that? Was that 2019? Or no, maybe it was 2013. Maybe it was 2022. Oh, it was 22, I think. Oh, that's right. I'm supposed to be doing a class again this year. One and only oil paint class. I do believe it's of the 4.5 hour variety. Get some more of my light in there. Also, some more of it in there. I mean, really, okay, where's that Nerixon bust? I mean, okay, yeah, I mean, that's long, kind of stringy hair there, but that's, it's not all that bad. I'll have to see if, also I can make busts where I can have the plinth and the portrait part of it all be one piece, because as we know, that works out way better for FDM style stuff. So this, that makes it very difficult to print in FDM, but if it's actually integrated into the plinth, then that's way easier to print that out in FDM on a much larger scale. Where's my Indian yellow again? Here. So now we're getting lighter on the hair stuff. And I mean lighter on the hair stuff. You think this is a light color? Yeah. Yeah, wait do you see this light? You know, I'm going to get me a little more yellow in that. A little more yellow. Bam, there we go. And guess what? We're going to be going lighter than this eventually, but for right now, this is as light as we'll go. We want to see what this looks like. And of course, hour 3 or around hour 3, what's going to happen? That's where we break out the fast matte white to really hit up some super highlights. Geez, Grand Oracle, I don't think you got a chance to see the fini, the conclusion of our 2 Eldritch Foundry figs there. Where's our other one here? So again, just a little simple freehand there on the cloak and such. Yeah, this is certainly not what I thought I would be painting on stream. When the week began, I had two other sets of things that were going to be painted on stream. But then this happened. So guess what? Things changed. Yeah, Grand Oracle, I just realized it's like, nope, you did not get to see the fini of that. I think we ended up, I think it was it 4.5? It was actually starting to maybe get closer to 5 hours. It was definitely over 4.5. And remember, this is part of my printing workshop series. And even this right here, this was made in part of that printing workshop series earlier, because this is where the big giant magnet goes. And I mean, again, it's a magnet that's strong enough to pretty much remove iron from your blood cells. I would say also don't get it close to any of your electronic devices either, because those are some mega magnets. I think they're what, 1.5 inches and whatever. Let's put it this way: there's some of those they're so big even that cutout is not big enough for those magnets. Well, right, Grand Oracle, what is it? You used to be able to do is just kind of walk around with a magnet in your pocket and just, swipe it by people's phones or laptops or something like that, and all of a sudden they don't work too well anymore. Magnetizing the hard drive, not, not the greatest thing to happen, right, Grand Oracle? Yeah, still can go lead in this. There will be a little bit of our dark added in there too. Once we see what's going on with the, I almost said the chair, the throne. And again, we are 1.5 hours in. There was no zenithal on this. It was just the same ebony flesh primer everywhere. Now, we cannot confirm nor deny that, right, Grant Oracle, that we can't let the oil paint secrets fall into the hands of big acrylics. So, if for whatever reason, they make the final assault here on the bunker, we'll destroy all of our computer hard drives, get rid of all the oil paint data so they can't take it. Lighter yellow in there for that part of the hair. here. We can't let him know about any of our hidden stashes, right, Grand Oracle? We can't let him, certainly can't let him know where our hidden oil paint stash is, and our Alkyd stash, and our all of our oil painted terrain and miniature stashes are. You know, I'm gonna go with the Umber. No, that's Van Dyke Brown here. Maybe not too much with this. Let's try it on this side too. Slightest hint of it there. Where's that? You know, we'll just roll with some of the Payne's Gray mixed with this now. Let's try to get some eyes in here. Let's see. So Grand Oracle, I have not had any chance to look for anything Fast Matte White related. Actually, Grand Oracle, is Dick Blick doing any kind of... Well, I guess Black Friday stuff is over with now. I don't know. I guess, well, I think the winter sale doesn't really start till January, right, Grand Oracle? Because didn't it go till like the end of February or something? The last time I remember the Dick Blick winter sale. Try to push that down a little further. Now let me see if I can get a little bit of the lighter color in the iris, maybe. That's going to be too much. Let's try this. Okay, there we go. Tempted to... I don't think we're going to do the lighter skin tone stuff. What I might do is some... here, let's do some more of the clothes and cloth and such here. 1 second. Is this the... we'll use this for now, maybe. I'll get some of our white going, maybe a little bit of this here, violet. Touch of that blue. Too much of the blue, let's go more towards our radiant. Or not radiant, radiant violet maybe. See you later there, AD. And AD, why don't you post your stuff one more time? Everybody please give AD Creations a follow, because, well, AD is going to be streaming later today. So be sure to give AD Creations a follow. And we'll have a blast on stream there, Erid, if I don't get to join you. Look at this. Look at that nice little hint of bluishness there. Oh, look at that. Not so terrible. And now some of the warmer stuff that gets to mix in there. Everybody check out the Instagram link that AD Creations just shared. And again, please give AD Creations a follow. Now, it's going to be interesting. When is it? I think it's a 3 o'clock game. Either 3 or 3:30. two certain NFC North teams. While there's been lots of surprises this season, I'm not quite so sure this game is going to yield a surprising result. Would not be too surprised because with teams, there is the learning how to win and learning how to overcome mistakes and dealing with failure, basically, and then there is dealing with success, and there's a certain team that may not quite know how to deal with that. Because when all of a sudden you're not necessarily the underdog anymore, and that's kind of what Vanderbilt has been finding out. Yes, the Vandy Commodores, who are used to just always being the underdog, all of a sudden it's like, nope, they're the ones being hunted now. They're the favorites. You could tell that was not quite something they could comprehend. So see you later there, AD. Have a good one. Yeah, I'm going to just soften up some of these edges here. Lighten up some of that. We won't bother with the base at all until probably mostly towards the end, since I'm just going to be grabbing it by the base over and over again. No point in messing around with that. Let me hit this again too, sure. Also that. Blending brush for this. Yeah, that's a hard to reach place. Doesn't matter. We just shove some paint down in there, grab the blending brush, and just do a little bit of mixing. And then we're all good to go there. Maybe a different... Okay, that's... I know we have our bristle-free brushes. That is a very unusual... I'm like, that is a weird brush that I got in my hand. I'm like looking at... Yep, that's maybe not a brush. That is not quite a brush. Yeah, let's go a little bit later there. Well, we do have our line of bristle-free brushes. That is not one of them. How you doing there, surface tension? Of course, surface tension. Well, sorry that things are a bit troublesome there. Why don't you share some stuff in the chat if you can? Surface tension. Yeah, this is one of the figures that I made in Meshi. Let me do this. Let me do this. Here. I'm gonna lighten up a couple of areas over here too. Well, obviously we're gonna go in and really do some filigree designs there, like what you see on the throne there. But that's we'll wait. We will wait till later on that. Don't have to do that right now. Everybody check out that link that Surface Tension just posted. Fabulous oil painted miniatures. Line this up a bit more here. Lighten up this. Not too much. Let's just take our blending brush to that. It's getting too much down in our shadow. Fine. Try it again. Maybe a little bit of light on that sleeve down in there. I could do here. It's funny you should mention that surface tension because I was trying to film a video before I was doing this, and it's like, and this is why I am loath to ever take apart any of my filming stations or anything like that, because even though I plugged everything back into the same place, all were just like it had been before, I do a sound test, and it's like, why does that sound all messed up? It should be everything is exactly as it was before I took it apart, but no, some other kind of setting changed or something like that, and it basically sounded all muffled, like a instead of using the mic, the headset, it was like using the webcam microphone or something ridiculous like that. That is why it's like, okay, I thought we had enough devices here. Clearly we don't, because no computer that's got any cameras hooked up to it can ever move again, ever. Apparently. Now again, as light as this stuff is, this is not as light as we can go. We can go lighter than this. Then again, that's about hour 3 when we break out ye old fast matte white. And we start to really drop down some heavy duty light colors in there. So yeah, we have the technology, right, Camda, to drive everybody absolutely insane. Now, surface tension, I think you're familiar with the saying that there's at least a 300% chance that when you drop an open-faced, whether it's peanut butter and jelly sandwich, any kind of sandwich that involves butter and jelly or something like that, there is at least a 300% chance that it's going to land, buttered and jellied side down. It never lands bread side down. With those stupid USBs, every single time I go to say plug those into the printers or the machine, and I gotta, well, again, if you do 3D printing, you are dealing with USBs a lot, right? And there has never been a single time that I've been able to just take that stupid thing in and just it goes in. It's always upside down because the USB thing that you're plugging it into is never oriented the same way either. Because even if I was to mark which end is up, it wouldn't matter because different devices, it's up going a different way. And I swear every single time it's pointed the wrong direction. Every single time surface tension, it happens all the time. I believe that's how that phrase goes. Now again, that is just for some really some heavy duty light there. We are still going to make that lighter with our fast matte white. Oh, and again, by the way, 1 hour 44 minutes ago, this had Zippo paint on any part of it. It was nothing but just some brown primer. Let's see. So yeah, that sounds about right. Surface tension. Well, Grand Oracle, I can't answer that particular experiment, but I can answer the other experiment, and we were talking about it on stream. There was one point in World War II, they basically strapped cats to bombs because they said, well, cats always find like a dry spot to land. So if we want to bomb ships, obviously the cat's going to try to land on the ship. So we'll strap a bomb to a cat, and drop it from like 25,000 feet. And of course, the cat's not going to pass out on the way down. Yeah, they kind of gave up on that experiment. Because, yes, the cats were passing out on the way down. Huge surprise, I know. Never could have anticipated that. Oh yeah, Armored Wolf, I saw your new Christmas tree the Christmas snail. Yeah, you should have a Christmas movie about that, Armored Wolf, the Christmas snail. The Christmas snail who only appears on Christmas on your Christmas tree. Yeah, Grand Oracle. There was that one series, Soviets or no, Soviet Storm in the East. That's that one series of documentaries there, Grand Oracle. They said how that played out. Yeah, they unfortunately they trained him with Russian tanks. So instead of rushing towards the German tanks, they ran towards the Russian tanks because they were familiar with the sound of those engines. And they said, "Oh, there's food under there." So yeah, they started blowing up their own tanks. Oh, sorry, I didn't. I seriously, Grand Org, I did not read that. That is directly from that Soviet storm in the east. So the snail is somewhere else in the house now. The Christmas snail. So sorry about that, Grit. But I must have. You must have been typing that just as I was saying that or something, because I didn't. I looked up and I went, wait a minute. I was thinking. Wait a minute. Maybe I didn't say the thing I just thought I said. Maybe I just read it. But no, that was in the Soviet storm in the east there. Really, I've seen that set of documentary videos many, many, many times. Now, before we keep doing anything again on the chair, I got to do more stuff on the hair. But I was waiting on that hair to set a bit first. Because remember, we were saying we can go lighter. We're going to do that here. Ooh, how's about a little bit of thinner? Come on. On our radiant green there before, well, not radiant green, before that starts getting all gummy. Now, that is, let me move it this way. Oh, yeah, that's nice and light now. Yeah, recoil, well, I'll shoot you some messages after the stream. There was, let's just say, the dogs were barking on Facebook again today, and it's just, yeah, I'll shoot you some messages about after the stream there. Let me do some more of this. Essentially, a whole lot of people chucking out some opinions about stuff that they've never tried themselves and never done themselves, and you could really tell. At least you and I can, right? Now, let's get ourselves a little more light catching on some of these bits here. Oh, there we go. That's making a difference. That is making a difference there. Actually, what was it? Oh, Raging Heroes. For the first time in a few months, they had some files that were very, very nifty, so I actually downloaded those. That's something I want to try and print up this week. I think those could be fun for some source lighting and also some non-metallic type things. Basically, some Sisters of Battle. That is most certainly not allowed, right? Recoil. We wouldn't want that to happen. Not at all. So now our hair's starting to pick up, but we still got some of that violet. We're gonna get more. There will be some more of that violet going in there. Don't you worry about that, because we need to, well, especially with something that's larger like this. If we did it on a, there we go, it's this one. If we got violet in the shadows on this 28 mil, we're certainly doing it on the 75 or whatever this is here. We are definitely going to do that. Oh, come on. There we are. Some more of this. Doing this now. Yep, there we are. Here. Now, up here. And after we do these really light lights, and we can actually, believe it or not, still go lighter than this, I want to impart some of that violet color air in the hair. And I want to do all that. The throne is going to be our next. This will be the last thing we're going to mess with down here, right? Because I'm sticking my hands all over that. What's interesting is not a whole lot of paint coming off of there because this is Sculpey, which is ultra absorbent, and all we did was some dry brush stuff and then the basically pin line wash, so you can see that has set to the point where I can actually be sticking my hand on there and not necessarily a whole bunch of paint coming off as a result. So we're talking about this stuff over here. This is oh, what the heck do they call it? This is one of the Paul Rubenses here. Violet blue. So it's not radiant violet blue. It's this one right here. That's one of my faves there, Camden, because it's great for cloth. It's actually really great for skin tones too. It's almost like an omnicolor. You'd almost think it was it must have pigment red 101 in it, Camden, because we are all Terra Rosa. We are all pigment red 101. Now, what the heck was? Oh, the quick dry is that? Because I have actually get Grand Oracle. I have at least 2 tubes of that quick dry stuff. Actually, oh, look at that violet. Oh, look at that. Look at that in there. Because that actually works really well for the color charts, Grand Oracle. Yeah, it does mean that they don't take quite as long to dry. Man, look at this. Again, that violet color. Just putting it in there straight up. So instead of just a, like, I don't know, a brown or darker tan in the shadow areas, look at what we're doing. Violet in the shadow areas. Yeah. How's that for blonde hair? That's going to give it more depth, just like the blue in the dress, right? Just like the blue in the dress. Surface tension. Oh gosh, I forget what. Well, I know I've done it in a few different videos. I might have even done a video surface tension where I had metal figures, plastic figures, cast resin, and then maybe a couple of different printed resin. And then, well, I guess I would have to expand it to FDM. An absorbency test, surface tension. Uh, maybe we'll have to reprise that again because at the time I didn't have the FDM stuff. That might be a worthy experiment there. Surface tension is, again, just called an absorbency test. It almost be like a paper towel commercial. Yeah, Soraya Tech gray version 2, the quicker picker-upper. There you go. Don't squeeze the Charmin. They do this. Also, oh yeah, over here too. And there. And guess what? I'm gonna drop some of that in here. We ain't done with that blue, violet, whatever yet. Oh, and of course, we talk about it all the time with the Sculpey. Yeah, the Sculpey also is very absorbent. And yeah, I've had people ask that same thing there, Grand Orc. It's like, well, wait a minute, don't they all have primer? Yeah, they do. Guess what? There's still going to be a difference in absorbency. You wouldn't think there would be, right, Grand Oracle? But there is. No doubt about it. And of course, again, FDM, I prime the FDM stuff. Heck, I even have, for all intents and purposes, a layer of the acrylic paint on there, right? Because I'm using those spray cans, which, oh, geez, I should get me more of those. I keep forgetting to do that. Now, again, that's more of the violet down here. We got blues, we got violets, we got tans, we got all kinds of different colors in our cloth here because that's what's going to make it a heck of a lot more interesting. I'm not doing the texture thing on this though. There we are, work that in here. Where's my, there it is. Let me paint a little bit of that over here. Oh, some of that over here. And again, some of the same colors that are in this, right? Color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere. How you doing there, Doji? Doji, if you would like to, like always, post some of your oil painted stuff in the chat. Please go ahead and do that. Here's hoping that your Sunday is got a great start going on. So Doji, well, yeah, of course I don't want to. It's jinxing it by saying it, but this is the kind of the game of the season now because it is Bears and Packers, and now it's not just the division on the line; it's actually the number one seed in the NFC. Again, I do not. I'm thinking that may not exactly go in a positive direction, but you never know. My expectations are for it not to. But then everything has gone not according to expectations, so we'll take it. And of course, the fabulous, what would you say, the my own personal bakery here was able to achieve that bakery run. I had more of it today. Oh, I think I got at least 2 more days left of it. Yeah, here's hoping that goes well for you there, Doshi. That went somewhere we didn't want it to go. Oh, look at that. It's like we have an eraser. We just wiped it away. We shall try that again. Maybe also now a little bit more of the filigree. Filigree. Nope, too big of a blob of paint on there. Let's get rid of that. Let me see. So, well, geez, we're almost at the 2 hour mark now. Yeah, we just now are hitting the 2 hour mark. Yeah, I'm not saying, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Now, I'm going to try and get me some more of my light in the eyes here. Let me do that over there. there a little piece of fuzz in there, maybe? Alright, now let me see if we can... Nope, that's got to have a little color in it. Too much. Oh, look at this. We got ourselves a ultra micro blending brush there. Make it all go away. Ah, that's fantastic. To get surface tension, you had a chance to post. Yeah, you had a chance to post your stuff. I'm not sure if you had a chance there yet, Doji, to post your fabulous oil painted stuff. Again, Doji, surface tension both have some super fabulous oil painted figures for you to see. So please go check those out. I'm going to try to lighten that up even more up there. Same deal here, maybe. Over here. A little bit more on the chin there. Yeah, surface tension. Well, I did a little repair job on one of the nativity scene figs there. Put that into the nativity scene then earlier today. Well, earlier tonight. But we are all part of the fellowship, right, Doji? We are one with the linseed. And of course, the holy text, which is very hard to type because, you know, when your fingers are all covered with super glue and Sculpey, the holy text is very difficult to type out. Let me get some more of this lighter skin tone over here. But that little bit of shadowed over there. So Doji, well, there's definitely a couple of and now, boy, think of the animation possibilities, Recoil, with the grok there, because now we could do them all, and well, we don't have to burn up credits with each one, right? Did I already pass by the Book of Waffle? I might have already passed by it. 1 second here, unless I didn't. Yeah, there I had passed by. So yeah, now we could actually, animate this thing. Recoil, yeah, we'll try that. Now, of course, things looked very messy at the start. The dress that looks so neat now with all the different colors in it, it looked like a mess. Like, I mean, all kidding aside, it looked like a real mess. And of course, the contrast there, we'll do a little film noir on this here. Once we take away all the lavenders and the blues and the tans, that dress is just going to look very, it might not even have much shading on it, really. And of course, we were talking about this in last night's stream with the Indian yellow, right? You're not glazing that on. You're just dry brushing it on. And of course, well, we want to. There we go. We don't want to get too wrapped up in things having to be perfect. And of course, why is this going to dry quite rapidly? Because we don't put very much paint on there. It's also why it sets faster, which means it's easier to continue working. Because, well, guess what? You don't layer the oils. They layer themselves. That's what they do. That is what the oils do. They layer themselves. But yeah, now we can actually animate that. And one of the reasons I hadn't even tried is like, okay, yeah, that would cost like hundreds of credits in Sky Reels. Now we don't have to worry about that. I am going to try. This actually does have a little hint of the yellow in it as well. Just a little hint, little smidge. Just like Camda says, if you think you don't have enough paint, cut it in half, right, Camden? And then if you think you just have no paint at all, still cut it in half. Even if you have actual no paint, still cut it in half. That might sound, again, like me trying to be a Weisenheimer, but believe it or not, it's that little exaggeration, not that much of an exaggeration. It's a legit thing. It's a thing. I will get more of my. Whoops, sorry, light working over here on the filigree now. Yep, let's make sure we have some of that going here. And it can, boy, Doji, it just, it sneaks up on you super fast, doesn't it? Camda, I think one of the most shocking lessons was painting that mural. I mean, it was 100 and something inches by 90 something inches, and I barely used any paint. Now, remember that backdrop that I want to paint? Oh gosh, it's for our Helm's Deep fortress. Now that I've got these really nifty animated scenes, it created a whole environment for it, like a whole backdrop. And I thought, well, why don't we take the oils and paint a 2 foot by 6 foot long backdrop in oils? It would be the biggest thing I've painted in oils since that mural there. Thank you so much, Surface Tension. We could use this. Again, this is fortified with a little bit of medicine that Armored Wolf sent this way. A little bit goes a long, long way. Now, I don't know how the heck I'm going to film that process. I'll give it a shot. What I might do is leave it on the terrain table, since I've got the photography rig there for filming the army stuff. Maybe I'll be able to utilize that. I do not know. It may not work at all, but we'll give it a try. Even if that's just part of it, I think, Camda, that would be the one way we could truly demonstrate to folks, just how far you can spread a tiny bit of that oil paint. Nope, 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 nope. There's a chunk of paint on it. Now we got it. I don't know where that came from. You know what? I'm gonna try to lighten up that. I might have. No, I don't think I actually hit the knuckles here. I thought maybe I had taken some of the paint off of the fingers there. Just accidentally bumping into them or something. Oh, we gotta get a little shadow for the chin there. And here, let's do some more of our filigree here. On said sleeve. Try to have that like an indication again of the filigree working its way down into there. If it's a little too much, we can just take our blending brush and just knock that down. Same up here on the top of the sleeve. More of that out here. Same there. Hit it this way. Alright, surface tension. Well, here's hoping there's not as much liquid sunshine as there was yesterday. That seemed to make that stroll a little more challenging than it typically is. And again, we can do a lot more refinement in the hair and such. I can actually start doing some of the stuff on the throne in here because, well, I'm not going to be sticking my hand on that, right, to balance anything. So those are probably the next areas that we're going to start going to here as we move forward with this. Yeah, a little lighter on that filigree there. A little more light just on the sleeve over here because it would be catching some of that right as that light is coming down this way. Nice to see you there, Ingones. Everybody please give Ingones they follow. Ingones, why don't you share some of your fabulous oil painted stuff in the chat? Because Ingones, guess what? Also streams the oil painting, so make sure you give Ingones a follow. So Ingones, yep, this is one of the figures that we did in Meshi. Here's another one. Here's another one, and then of course there is this one. And again, I will be filming a tutorial on how those were done, and then we're going to be doing some more tests. So it's going to be quite the printing workshop video. And then next printing workshop is probably going to be filming Tripo 3D and then basically a comparison. How does that work to Meshi? What are some of the things that work better than others? And is it better to use them both together in unison, just like we're using, well, sometimes 2 or 3 different generation programs to do one single task because they work better together, right? Right, Recoil? More of our lighter filigree up there. Also, some more of it here on that. And is this in? I think they'll still catch a little light there. Yeah. Remember, this is not our fast matte way. We can still actually, we can still actually go later than that. Now, I think we need to give all this stuff a chance to set. We are going to start to play around here with the throne itself. We're taking some of our not radiant green and some of our asphaltum, and we're going to start doing a little bit of, well, tandem out to dry brush type stuff here on some of this. We don't want it to get too light. Now, do we? This is barely a middle tone. Might look light now, but it is just barely middle tone. Again, sorry about the voice. Between the much lower humidity, the new humidifier arrived. I was so busy doing all the other stuff, there was no time to set it up. Hopefully that's something I can do tomorrow among the many tasks that have to be done during the day. Yeah, so that's kind of your schedule of printing workshop vids there. Is that we're going to be, again, going over how we made these and then how we can improve these and then trying to make that Arizona flat. And then maybe turning this into a bust. Again, there's a lot of things I believe could be very fascinating. Or they all fail. I mean, what was the one with the Nerf bases? Oh, it wasn't the Daz air dry clay. It was the and we really liked it too. It was made by the Sculpey folks. It was the Sculpey air dry clay, and it was fantastic to sculpt with. It was vastly better than the Daz air dry clay to sculpt with. Oh no, that was the foam clay. That's right. Yeah, the foam clay turned out to be the Nerf bases because they actually expanded, which made them look ridiculous, and then they also could bounce across the room. Yeah, as if they were made of Nerf. So yeah, that was another one of those experiments that the video came with a what would you say? It came with a, I don't want to say a warning, but it said it was a little bit of a preface, and it said, okay, here, spoiler alert, everything failed. Don't get this stuff. It doesn't work. But if you want to have a chuckle at somebody else's expense, well, here you go. It's about 100 minutes of pure comedy. You gotta be willing to have sometimes experiments not go your way. So Camden remembers that one. Yeah. And actually Camden, it was really the latter part of it too. Because as I was working with it, it was going great. And then there was the fateful words was, oh well, we'll wait till these dry and we'll check it out, after they're all dry. Well, yeah, there was that, right, Camden? Now again, we can't let this be too light down here. We gotta let that go into shadows. See what I did there? Yes, you have to let that pass into shadows. Of course, now since we've been talking so much about B5, and I've been trying to find those pictures like the Vorlon ships, the Minbari ships, and the Centauri ships and everything. Well, now I am just blitzed with all kinds of Facebook things. I guess it was the 25th anniversary of the last episode today. I think today is like December 6th was, not December 7th. But yeah, I'm going to try to, we are going to try to, as I'm trying to create a video, I will see if I can't make the Arizona flat. Again, not as flat as it actually is in real life, but so we're just kind of playing around with a little bit of the filigree here on the side of the throne here. And this is, again, got a little bit of a greenish tinge to it. I mean, it's not like obviously green. It's a hint of it. And look at this one, maybe put little wood grainy type things in here. Could even put some knots in the wood, whatever. Like we're orienteering. Oh, and by the way, this thing that, this highlight here that looks so light, yeah, that's basically a middle tone. That's maybe a value 3 at the most. See you later there, Doji. Thanks for stopping by. And of course, hopefully we see your Tuesday. Your Tuesday for Armada Monday. And I will try to have it be my Monday too. Because I'm pretty sure this last Armada Monday was a Tuesday. Now, of course, if I could just call a few Tuesdays, maybe all of a sudden that changes. But I don't know if we'll be able to declare a Tuesday this week. I could use about 12 of them this week. There we go. All right, yeah. A little bit of a highlight type of deal going on that chair there. Yeah, actually, Doji, I think I actually thought I was going to be able to start this stream at about maybe 11:38. And then something went haywire. I forget what the heck it was. And it ended up being more like, well, yeah, more of a happy Sunday rather than a Saturday. And I actually thought it was going to maybe not start early, but at least not as late. That didn't quite work out. Now here we're going to get some of our, this is almost like a bit of a skin color there. We will be going back with some darker stuff here, like, well, I don't know, this. to also maybe again to make like there's almost a little bit of wood grain here. Let's go with the Van Dyke brown now. That's really going to be a whole lot darker. That's too much. Oh, look at that. It just worked out absolutely fine. Totally fine. Man, Doji, I'm sort of hoping in the sort of January, February time frame, at least late January into February, perhaps have a few streams that start earlier, or almost like at the time they used to start. I guess if we're really thinking here. Again, it's just some dark there, and then we're gonna start doing a little bit of wood grains here. See that? Let's see how it's the same stuff we were sculpting in here. Let's try and get some of that in the throne here, as we probably should. Not too much of the anti-brown there. Again, a little, maybe again painting some knot of the wood or whatever. And of course we can still go lighter than this. But you must have dark to show the light. There we are. I better get up in here and whatever final darks or any kind of defining things in there, we better do these now. In case I need to stick my hand on the throne again. Okay, I'm going to separate a little bit of the hair. In that braid. See, over here we're pretty good, except I think I still want to do some more. I think I still want to do some more in this braid. Yeah. Up here, and then a little bit, yeah, down there. Ooh, that's too much of the Van Dyke brown. We try to, and I don't want to make this an outline here. We'll try to hit that too a little more, and maybe darken that edge a bit. Right here. See if we can do a little bit of wood grain over here. So what I'm trying to do is just kind of mimic what I already have, what I already have on the base onto the wood here. Grab this as a blending brush here, and boom, there you go. Very easy, very simple. So what are we at now? Looked like 2 hours, 24 minutes ago. We just started painting this thing. 2 hours, 24 minutes. So again, a little more wood grain there. Oh, yeah, we'll just stick with the Van Dyke brown to do. Yeah, almost like a knot there in the wood. And all this stuff down here. Now again, look at this. Do you see any paint on my hand? That is a testament to how little oil paint we got on there. The absorbency of the Sculpey, those different factors. Different factors. Now here, let's get a little bit more. We did sort of this stuff here. Let's get this more of the light green. Actually, let me add a little bit of our, and that's genuine Mars Yellow Deep back there. That is not whatever the Paul Rubens version is of that. I still like the Paul Rubens thing much better than regular yellow ochre. What is that one? What do they call it? Yellowish brown. There you go. Oh man, it doesn't have Pigment Red 101. I thought for sure there'd be a little bit of Pigment Red 101 in there. Well, there probably secretly is, just like all colors, right, Camden? Because we are all Pigment Red 101. Now we're going to get ourselves some of this lighter green and this filigree here. And maybe even a little bit on this little carved texture there. Whoops, wrong green. This doesn't go quite far down into the shadow here, so we might continue some of this light a little further down than we did on the bottom of the throne. Yeah, because there's nothing really blocking the light. Over here, there's her, there's her arm reaching over, so there's more things that are kind of blocking the light from reaching this than up here, I would say. It's Schmar's Yellow Deep there, Camda. There you go. Now I gotta look what my hand is on this brush. Nowhere near that metal ferrule, of course. Yet, really not seeing the lack of control, not seeing any kind of shaky things going on. Despite the fact that we're not trying to crush the brush with our hands there, like I see some folks doing. I look at the death grip they got on that brush. I said, man, that cannot be, that can't be comfortable. Gotta be getting pretty darn tired, pretty darn quick. Practically trying to snap the brush in half with your hand like that. Taking a little bit of the, again, the fast, not our fast mat, but our weight. There we are. Doing me some filigree here. Some knot work. What's going on with this? Yeah, a little bit more of that light here. Fine. A few little lights on the upper part of this surface here. Let me just flip it over on its side here. I might still be hitting that edge with my hand, but I'm just going to put some of the lighter stuff there anyways. No, that is going to be too late. We will retreat. Strategic retreat immediately. There we go. I think that might work now. Yeah, there we are. That is asphaltum mixed with essentially some of our Naples yellow. Because remember, we got ourselves some green in there. And by green, I mean a grayed down green. Massively grayed down green. To the point where it just kind of registers as gray. Now we don't use any dead gray here. There's so many way more interesting gray colors that you can make and use. Again, especially in these open panel areas, really trying to make sure we have some kind of wood grain in there. Just like we did on the interior of the throne. Now we're going to try and get some of our light back here. Come on, there too. And again, this might look very light. It is not very light. Oh yeah, let's get some of our reddish brown wood grain here. Here's some more of that, almost again like a greenish color wood grain. And there is a so there's a knot right there. I'm going to change that around a little. And that works its way around it. The wood grain compresses and it expands. It kind of compresses there and then expands there. More of that wood grain over here. Back to that more almost, again, that is a really, it's not really very red. And man, I thought it was going to be too dark when it was on the palette, and I put it there. It's almost too late. So all this stuff is freehand. None of that texture is there. This I actually did sculpt it in, which is hilarious. Then now we're actually trying to paint in a texture to match the sculpted texture. But I think it gives it an extra little sense of dimension, also a little sense of, I don't really want to say realism, but I think you know what I mean. Fine. Take that down a little bit. There we go. Maybe even a little more of the radiant green into this. Okay, and maybe some of that over here on this part of the throne. And, kind of create again something like a knot over here. And then we work around it, and it sometimes disappears too. You can see that sometimes it doesn't, or we're not exactly tracing out exact lines for wood grains here. And this way here, okay. Yeah, I'm going to try to make some more of the lighter edges here. Now this might be, again, not going to be straight up white, but this might be an actual, yeah, that is much lighter than what we put there before. this way. Oh, that right along that top edge there. Okay. So some of our, let's do that over here. Let me get Terra Rosa. And that's almost just straight up Terra Rosa. Look at how orangey red that is, just in that one section over there. That's it. And then maybe we do a similar thing down over here. Look at that, right next to that green. Oh, we wanted to do a film noir. That's right. I mean, this is as good a place as any. Yeah. I mean, okay, we got wood grain, but what do you don't even in the floor you don't see all the different reds and greens, grayed down reds. Look at, you can already start to see them as we get closer to our 50%. You can see all of those again. Now this is definitely starting to really look like the floor, which is that's what I was hoping for. I was hoping for that. Back to our green here. Trying again for a little more wood grain. Like you do here. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to get this part of that a little later right in there. Maybe not quite that much there. You saw we just used our eraser. Try to just get the nope, too much in that. And look at that. Can we just take our blending brush and wipe it away like it was never there in the first place. Catch a little bit of that right on the top of that throne, and now here's some of the. I don't think I'll be sticking my hand on that part. These two things, yeah, those will be most certainly among the last things that we do. Now, I think there's some parts of the floor here I can start to play around with. I'm not going to be sticking my hand like right in there, but I want to make sure that doesn't get to it, because then the dress itself will look darker. We want the dress to look lighter by virtue of the floor next to it. Your eye just looks for context like that. And that's kind of how it understands the world there. As it looks for content, it just does all these constant comparisons. But that is very much just like a value 5 or 6, as in 10 is the darkest oxide green there, but there was so much dark established that this color here, which is relatively dark on its own, looks, well, like a highlight almost. Now I might go real quick to do a little refresh on the medicine here, super quick like. I'll be right back because we got a whole bunch of stuff to do on our chair, on the floor, on the dress, and more stuff on the hair and on the face too. Especially on the lips there. I just been trying to wait for that to have a good chance to set. So again, don't go away. We shall return. was just checking on the 39-hour terrain piece, and it's still got 24 hours and 2 minutes yet to print. That is, it's not just like the physical size of it. There's just a lot of stuff that it needs to print. And it wasn't just like the tallest piece of Helm's Deep. It also just had all kinds of things going on. Now this is much darker. This is this is almost Mars Black. A little bit of Van Dyke Brown and some of the Mars Black too. Now we're gonna really try to define some edges of the throne here. Get this down over here. Some parts of our knot pattern there, going to restore those. Same over on this side. Same up here. Yeah, I don't really picture there'll be a whole lot of shoveling going on. We'll probably just be using a broom depending on how light the snow is. You can have 4 inches of snow that you just need a broom to push aside, and you can have a half an inch of snow that you need to shovel because it's that heavy and that wet. Back to the Van Dyke Brown, mixing that with some of the Mars Black. So yeah, there we go. See, we need to just redefine some edges here. We can do that. Also here. Doing that right along there. I'm going to also start to use that same dark stuff down here because again we're less likely to be bumping into that. Not so much on the wood grains necessarily, but at least here on these recesses. Yeah, and that outer edge, not even going to bother doing the wood grain on that yet with our kind of mid-tone lighter stuff. We'll wait. But here I almost kind of need to see the context of this darker stuff here. Boom, there. And it's not quite a pin line wash. It's sort of getting there, but is most definitely not a pin line wash. Let me see if I can get a little bit more dark there, and then right there. And then this, we'll just hit it with our usual, not black is black first, and then I think it's called Darth Max, or Max Darth. Okay, that's what the green stuff, world stuff is called. Still haven't seen those oil paint markers yet that apparently they said they were going to send. Obviously, when they show up, guess what? We'll film a video of that. No idea what to expect there. It's another one of those things that we'll find out what in the world they can do when we get them. The one thing you can always count on here is that we're always going to be trying new things, new techniques all the time. We'll look at that nice little wood grain happening in there. And again, there was none actually sculpted into this. Really, we're just painting that in. My reference picture shows it. I wish I could show you a bigger version of it, but yeah, the reference picture actually has the wood grain in it. Made, yeah, okay, no, that wasn't what we wanted. We'll get rid of that and maybe try that again. They also try to do this here. Now we, oh, here it is. This is maybe gonna. Now let me reconfigure that brush a little. Now we're talking. Oh yeah, by the way, that texture's not there. That's yet another one of our invisible textures that we're painting. Because, that's how we roll here. Alright, a little bit of the Tarosa into that. Kind of, again, follows into the wood grain that we did over there. Now I'm going to try to work on a little bit of this because, again, there's if I'm kind of sticking my hand down into this area here, there's something weird going on. Maybe I'm dropping the thing or something. Shouldn't be getting my hand over into that. Now that is almost like a gray. That is our this kind of radiant violet thing here, and mixing it with the Mars black. And again, that kind of makes this warmer gray. That's what we're after there. We will use that in a few places on our floor. Start maybe thinking about something that is even lighter here. Let me try this. We got that green going there again. Ooh, let me hit this. Nope, that's got to be dark. Why? Because we got the white right next to it. We want those areas to be dark. Because that means the shadow area of our white can actually still look like white. It can still be sort of perceived as being very light, even though it's actually more of a shadow color. Okay, I think, yeah, there's that board. Let's do a little something on these guys back here that's lighter, like this one maybe. And then a little part here. I mean, not going underneath the throne for sure. The lighter these elements are, the more it's going to look like, see, there's a shadow there. In addition to the physical shadow that it's cast in. Where's my lighter green here? Is this light enough? It's getting there. It is almost. Let me try this. That might be as light as it goes. Yeah. Again, we got this going on with our boards, just like what's happening up here. So now the chair and the boards is all kind of looking a little bit more like wood, doesn't it? And oh, look at this. We're almost at hour 3. That means we can grab that fast matte white and really think about popping in some of the latest lights on, say, the cloth here for sure. But before we do anything more with it, I want to try and really lock in what is happening here with the lip smackers there. Let's do this. Let's make sure this is the way. Also, the nose needs more shadow in it too. So we'll do those two things. Actually, I can zoom in on my reference here. 1 second. Get my mouse over there. Yeah, I'm gonna. Ooh, that might be too much thinner. Oh yeah, that would have been too much thinner. I had to just go remove the tiniest amount of thinner from that brush. Whoops. Okay, that wasn't the angle we wanted to attack that from. Let's use a different blending brush here, like you maybe. Well, look at that again. It's sort of like we got an eraser. We're going to be doing stuff in there anyhow. Now we're going to go back to our lighter skin tone color. Also, some has a little bit of the a little more pinkishness to it. Took the white and our Windsor red to do that. I need to get this upper lip to turn a bit further down. We also need a little in cut there. We also have to get the chin dimple there. Where are we at with this stuff? Oh, wrong part of the palette. I'm like, that doesn't look very rosy, that color there. It's because I wasn't using that. Minor details. I also, there we are. That is what was missing there. Same on this corner. Gonna cut away a little more of the lower lip there. Alright, here we are trying to get this to turn back down again here, right over in this corner. Might also need a, oh yeah, the nostrils also needed something lighter color there too. That's another thing that's missing. And then we'll try to get right under the eyes there, that little bit of light and then some more light here too. Maybe even a little bit over there. That was getting a little too heavy in the brow right there. Now, what shall we use for that dark? Try maybe this. Is this gonna be dark enough? Not quite. Let's grab something else. We'll try this. Some of our violet here. Just scaring up a couple of somewhat darker skin tones. That's what we needed there. Ooh, yeah. Just a whole bunch more paint than I needed in there. Had to get rid of some of that again. Sink this down. Gonna see if I can. Now maybe I should wait to use this with the fast matte white, but I'm gonna see what I can do with this here to reinforce the light in the eye here. Maybe a little more. A little bit more of the white of the eye there. maybe gets a little lighter as it goes around the chin and the jaw. And then also here, let me get this, our lightest kind of highlight on the lip there. Now I think we're getting there. I think we're getting there on the face. We're moving towards the completion on that. Let's get some stuff here outside of that on the neck too, like down here. And then some more of our light over here as well. Touch more of it there. Now more on this shoulder here, because I don't really think the hair casts much of a shadow onto that. Yeah, now we have a kind of a more defined shadow area on that shoulder just by virtue of doing this. Touch more light maybe on the top of the forehead there. Okay, we don't want that to be too light. No. Let's back up a little bit with this. Trying to do this little corner of the mouth there. It's a really important part to hit. And then perhaps a little something more there. And now here, let me try to do a little more on the nostrils. That nostril. That over there. Yep. Doing some more of this. On the fingers there. Alright, now I'm gonna. Oh yeah, we are at hour 3, so I'm gonna grab me that fast matte white here and see if we can really hit up some super light parts of, say, the dress there. Don't need very much of this. Take that and just bring that over here, and now we've got ourselves a nice little bit of that to work with. And let's do some of that extra light stuff here. We know we need it here anyways. This is where a lot of that light is hitting. Like that. Some more of that here. This side too. Shoulder. Gotta do that shoulder. That too. A little bit on the back there. I know what to do some more. I think I might have to do some more of that darker stuff in the hair there. And then a few other little highlights. We'll need to do those kind of cascading down. And obviously the 2 knobs there, we'll hit those. And then get the rest of our floor too. Now we're sort of at the point where, first of all, we need to see kind of one thing next to another to compare for context. And then we also have to think, well, where do I have to stick my hand to balance my finger when I'm painting this or that detail or whatever? That can affect when you're not going to be working in a certain area. So So we got all that lighter stuff there. Look at this. We're going to take our blending brush here. So see, we just drop that. It looks like it's cross-hatched on. All we do is a little bit of tap, tap, tap here, and we'll look at that. It's all integrated like we used that airbrush in there or something. Yeah, you getting an airbrush down in there without messing up a whole bunch of other things around it? Well, there's a 0% that's chance to happen. Nope, and not going to happen. What's going to happen is the airbrush is going to hit parts you don't want it to. Now, actually, what was it that... Is it... No, here it is. Yeah, I thought this was yellow paint from Lethal Weapons. That's a liquid mask. Camda, I could have had like a... I think we had a 2 or 3-way test. No, we had a 2-way test. I could have actually had like 4 different liquid masks in the same video. But we said we were going to try it again, right? With a vehicle tutorial thing or vehicle workshop series. So we'll be able to do that. Well, now that I know it exists and I have it, we'll do yet another comparison. I also need to try it out on terrain like we did. I think that's what we actually did. The initial test of those different masking fluids was a piece of terrain. We were using on the FDM, no less. That's right. Yeah. Right here along this, well, not really belt necessarily, but some light there. We also have to make this thing lighter, and also maybe that little bit there lighter. What is happening down here again with some of our lightest light? Light's kind of coming down and catching that. A little bit of reflected light down there. Alright, this right arm, this sleeve probably could use some more lights there. Also in our little filigree pattern, and then right on the end of that sleeve. Up here. Up here, there we go. Now we're starting to see some of the... Oh, you know what? This shoulder here needs to... Or that part of the shoulder definitely needs to get lighter. Blammo. Also here. That needs to be lighter over there. And yep, this too, but maybe not our super lightest layer. Let me take a little bit of the violet in there. Try it again. I'm holding this brush. I just got the 2 fingers on there also. Now the hair. So we'll take this and I made the tiniest bit of yellow, and now we are talking about the if it's still gonna be yellow, this is as light as it can go. All right, top of the hair. Yep, can still make it later. Look at that. Because we left the middle tones and the darks in there. Of course, we also have that violet color in the hair. That's a color contrast. That's maybe even a saturation contrast. Nothing to do with a value contrast. It's not changing the value. It's changing the color of it for sure. this side of the braids. This side of the hair. Blammo. More highlights on the hair. Same deal up here. And then this bit that comes down there. Let me try to work in a touch of that over here. Actually, no, I'm going to go the other way. Seeing that, I'm going to go the other way. Let's take our asphaltum and burnt ombre and put that down here. We're getting there. There is a wee bit of thinner in there to help it flow nice and easy through all these these rougher areas here. Trying to okay, here's some of that violet. Trying to let some of that violet also mix with the things like the asphaltum. Can't be afraid to get some darker stuff, even in light blonde hair. Guess what? There's shadow in them there hills. There's shadow in that there hair. Geez, we gotta get down all the way down into here. Can't let those lines get too heavy though. We're not trying to draw out individual strands of hair. That's not the plan. That needs a little shadow though. Also that bit there. Back to the micro blending brush. Bam, that's better. Okay, we did that. I'm gonna do it. I am going to get rid of this. We're gonna take some of. Oh, there's that same violet again. We'll mix it with our Rosa. Not just for that, but also again the underside of the there we are. Yeah, that was that bit of dark there in the nose. That was definitely missing. I'm gonna maybe that'll work. Try and go a little bit thicker maybe with the eye lid slash lashes here. Trying to raise that one up and this one too. I think got it. Maybe a little shadow, or not shadow, a light on the other side. So take this really light stuff. There is some of our. Nope. Gotta refashion that brush. That was just a big old clump there. Somehow that needs to be a little bit lighter too. Let me see if this will be light enough. Nope, gotta hold it this way. Also, I'm going to try to work a little bit of light into the neck there. micro blending brush again. And we'll just feather that a little. And now I will take some of this, maybe even, ooh, okay, there's supposed to be a little bit of the Perline Crimson to get in there. That was a ton. So I just did a little tap, tap, tap there. Back to our blending brush here. So I'm just looking to more integrate that into what's there instead of kind of overtaking what's there. This side over here pretty much already had that going. And now here on the lips. Where's is this? Yep, that is it. Trying to fashion a little bit more of a brightness to the lip, and then here maybe again some of this more rosy red to indicate capillaries and blood vessels and all that. Okay, yeah, for a second, the way I was looking at that, it looked a little weird. There was a bit of like a brush stroke edge on there that was a little confusing. Alright, gotta get all of this if I want to go back to some really light stuff on that dress again. Say up here. I think this is probably the easiest way to reach it. There we go. Now maybe for some stuff on the chair here. Start to highlight some of our areas of filigree and carving. Especially up here because there's just nothing in the way, right? There's no figure casting a shadow there. It's one of the higher points of the chair, so it probably is going to be catching some light. That's why these areas down here, not so much. We try to check a little bit of our light. Oh yeah, up here on this shoulder in the filigree area. And leave it alone. And again, until I'm thinking like, okay, we're not doing anything else on the figure, then we'll do these crazy little knobs on the throne here. But until then, not so much. We gotta be patient there. Extra little couple taps of light up there. Let me hit this now. And here. There we are. And yep, I think we're pretty much set now on that part of the trim there. I think we're good to rock and roll there. There ain't guys. Guys, why don't you share your link one more time? One more time before you head off for breakfast there. Yeah, I'm getting a mite bit hungry myself here too. So, and guys, why don't you share that link and everybody please give Nganes a follow. Because Nganes also streams the oil painting. So Nganes definitely, I think this is, files like these would probably be worthy to stick up on the, in that Dropbox folder there for the patrons. Now again, there's things crazy like there's no leg there. There's no leg to stand on right there for the chair, or for the throne anyway. That's something that people can fix themselves in Meshy Blender, or you could just take some green stuff and do it. That would do this. That would work just fine. I did not have time to do that, and nobody's noticed anyways. And I'm fairly certain if I never point it out, no one's ever going to know. Now, Gane's, I only just made this file Wednesday or something like that. No, Thursday basically. So I need to be able to print them and test them in Gane's. I'm trying to see if I can resize this because this is gigantic. So at this size, this is 4% of what it originally was. Yeah, this is like 4.4%. That's how gigantic these things are. I think it's because I'm doing the 100,000 polygons or whatever. Yeah, we're going mega polygons there in Ganes. But I also want to have the tripo ones. Again, that's how I'm going to pronounce it. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it. But I want to have, again, some comparison things before I throw these up on the Patreon page and see if I can resize them. I tried to resize this in the stupid Windows 3D Builder or something like that. Oof, that did not work well. Because I just wanted to make it physically smaller because it's gargantuan. Well, all of the files are. This one was 2, and this one was as well. Again, this thing, if you were to like physically measure, it's probably like 10 inches tall or something. I guess it would be good in FDM, Camden. There you go. They're certainly gigantic enough. If you were to just put that into whatchamacallit, oh, and also too, it seems like it saves the. Well, it says it saves them as STLs. But then it's the Windows 3D build. That's what wants to save them as 3MF or whatever. It's your thing in gun is again because we have to see which is the way to go. Do we only do this type of flat for things that have just a figure with only a minimal amount of stuff around the outside? And then, for all our more complex things that have patterns and such, we only use the image to stl.com, that sort of thing. Let me get my little bit of light on the knuckles there. A little bit of light on this up here. Thanks, Nganes. Appreciate that. And have a fantastic Sunday there, Nganes. Yeah, Cam. And the other thing that was interesting is when I did the 4 free retries, there were some parts of this. Well, actually, the throne kept changing, and then this hand got really weird, and there was something else weird that happened too. So you think, okay, well, I'm going to do another retry on this, and it'll be better than the first one. Well, sometimes the retries get worse. I'm trying to think again. I haven't had a chance to do many of them to really see, okay, does the retry really make it better, or does it just either create a new problem, or does the problem that's already there just kind of migrate to something else? I don't know. It's kind of like with the flats, right, Camda? Even that is still so new. we're still trying to figure out the flats. That's I guess that's what happens when you're basically on a daily basis doing stuff you've never ever done before. And this was already a place where there was lots of experimentation. Now, now it's like, was it hold my beer? I think that is the phrase that pays. Yeah, the level of experimentation now is just like it's hourly. It's not even like, okay, yeah, for a week or so we did some testing of something. It's like, no, 3 hours has gone by and we still haven't done something we've never done before. What's happening here? We're getting so lazy. A little something lighter there, and that is it. Okay, now I think I could start playing around with the floor a little more. Start doing some lighter stuff maybe. This might just be as light as we can go with the green. Oh yeah. You don't want to go too much lighter than that. And of course, if I stick my finger in and wipe some of it away, guess what? We can just kind of come back and do it again because it's like it's taking a couple of seconds anyways. There is that. Also on that shield too, there was. I only noticed it when I was filming the video. So that one leg there is not actually attached to the horse. Again, about a minute or two with green stuff, you'd never, ever, ever know. And how many times with regular prints, because there was some kind of support nub or something that either destroyed a detail or it didn't print there in the first place. I mean, there's, again, Davale printing goes ever on, Kurzlook, Medbury, all of them. I've had to resculpt some parts. Maybe they were very tiny, but they were parts that needed to be resculpted because they just either didn't print or they were broken off or something happened. So that is a thing. And that's why I'm not going to, again, because we're not selling these files somewhere. They are just part of the Patreon page. And the reason why we're doing that is, okay, if I'm using this like for a lesson or something, for one of our painting large scale episodes, and people say, oh, I'd really like to paint along, it's like, well, good luck. The file doesn't exist anywhere. I just want it to be available for folks on the Patreon page. The same deal with the flats. It's like, how are people going to be able to paint along? They don't have the file. And again, that's all going to go into a Dropbox folder. So you might want to start thinking about doing a Patreon page thing so that, well, you'll be right there as soon as I start saying, all right, here you go. Here's a Dropbox link. And there will be separate folders for, well, again, there's, so that's Battlestar Galactica, Arthurian, Lord of the Rings. Yeah, so we got 5 different themes of flats, Camda. I forgot about Trench Crusade. There are 5 different themes for our flats now. Battlestar Galactica, Arthurian, Trench Crusade, Lord of the Rings, and then the Japanese. That's crazy. And I think the Battlestar Galactica stuff is only a few weeks old. I have to say, Rico, I was tempted to take that one flat of, I just call it Guilty Baltar, with all the nuclear explosions behind him, and animate that in Grok, just for funsies to see what happens. I mean, it wouldn't really, it's no for no reason, but that would be funny. There we go. this. Also that. Got a little more wood grain. A little more wood grain. Now here, let's start to fill in some of this. I will take asphalt. Well, I guess we'll mix some of that. That's essentially like a yellowish white. So there's a couple of boards here that are going to get a bit of mid-tone on them. Something like that. Maybe even here, that's kind of a... Well, no, that's way too close to the green that is right next to it. Now it's more of a gray. That I feel okay about. Some of these boards too. Something like this, sure. Ah, you know what? Oh, we'll use this. Yep, that's what I'm going to... Here, let me get a little bit more. That's our blue... Oh, they are not radiant cobalt. That's it. That's what that is. Yeah, we're actually putting a bluish gray now in our wood floor because, sure. Some of that's going to go on the chair maybe a little bit. Color goes somewhere. It must go everywhere. There it is. Some of it on the chair. It's also in the dress here. So, we're almost at a bunch of threes. Oh, and it's a matter of seconds. We'll be at 5 threes. Cinco tres. There we go. Look at that. We just it's like a minute away from Cinco tres. It's a special time in every stream, Canda. We have we I don't know why. There's just something about looking up at the timer thing and seeing a whole just this string of nothing but threes. And we're almost there. We just got like 35 seconds away from nothing but a bunch of threes on that timer. Come on, a little more of that. There we go. So we're about 23 seconds away from a whole bunch of threes on the timer, which means absolutely nothing. For some reason, I find it entertaining. Oh, we're just, there we go, and 1, 2, there you go, Cinco tres. That's a perfect timing, Cuthbert. You literally did that just as we hit Cinco tres on the timer there. Thank you so much, Cuthbert. How you doing? Cuthbert, why don't you share some of your latest stuff there in the chat? Instalinks, Discord, whatever's. Why don't you do that? Great to see you there, Cuthbert. Happy December. Happy Sunday. And thank you so much for the sub there. Oh, wait. Yeah, this is new. Yeah, there you go. I haven't seen that yet. There you go. Thank you so much for the sub. Yeah, Cuthbert, great to see you there. Gee whiz, so many new things that we have been working on. I don't know, I think, did you see the Army Showcase vid there, Cuthbert? Speaking of So Say We All, that animation is actually in there. Oh, wow. I'm going to try to work that a little more just down in here. Okay. You know what? Ah, good. I have some of this. Well, that's too close to the skin. Let me try this instead, and maybe more to yellow. Ah, now we're getting somewhere here. There we are. Just wasn't quite happening. Now this here, I know that's not a printing thing, but there was some other part, like, well, here again, the with the hair, that little shelf ear thing, that's just a support thing. That's got nothing to do with the file itself, right? Second here. There we go. I was hung up on one of my cords underneath the desk. Camden, hopefully your new stuff is still on that new improved timeline as far as arrival goes. Speaking of which, here, let me I'm just gonna hit these things real quick because I'll just forget. Let me just use this. We'll grab something or other here. Use this one instead. Now we're getting there. I mean, it's super complex. We're doing dry brush stuff. Well, it's dry brush with a twist, of course, because it's wet paint and it's wet blending, even though it's a dry brush. Well, see you on the Mondays there, Camden. Well, Camden, hopefully I got a lot of fun things to send you. There's a bunch of pictures I'd like to send you too. And, well, there is going there. Well, the plan is anyway to have another new. It's more of a tribute video, not so much an Army Showcase vid. It's obviously because today's December 7th, and ever since I painted Arizona on stream, and then started doing all the stuff with the different songs. One of the very first things I ever did, song-wise, was a song about the Arizona for this very video, and I've been waiting literally this entire time to create that video. So that is something I'll be doing after the stream, and then it'll get posted up to the Facebooks and the YouTube channel. And I will also, hopefully, in the course of making that video, have some raw materials to create a flat to paint on Armada Monday, or two flats. Two different types of flats. Maybe I should give you a little more specific about that. One that's got much more of a bas relief, and then the other one is much flatter, which would also have more, well, again, like something like the ship's name and all that. Learning the hard way, you just cannot do that with the meshies. Some things you can do, some things you can't. Come on, out there. So now we'll try to really finish off these guys here. Blending brush. In that case, a loaded blending brush. I mean, we could also, shoot for some wood grain in those too. Yeah, all right. Something lighter here. We'll do that. Ooh, I almost went super light right next to the dress. Out over here is one thing. But real light there, right next to that, bad idea, right? Because that is going to make the white dress look kind of dark. And that's not the goal. We don't want that. Where are we at here with this? Try this stuff here. Come on. So our wood here, very little of this, I think would actually probably qualify as brown. It would qualify as various shades of gray, some violet. Like right over here, we actually got Payne's gray mixed with some white. We got some parts that are almost green gray. It's a whole big variety of stuff going on here. And guess what? That is how wood actually is. How wood is not is, well, just brown. maybe the stuff in your house that comes from Home Depot or one of those kind of places where it's been, treated and sanded and stained and everything and varnished. Well, okay, yeah, that's brown. It's artificially been made that color brown. Your more natural type wood, not gonna look like that. Just throwing that out there. We're getting there with some of our. Oh yeah, here this filigree over here. We need to drop a few more lights in there now. And you just see what this was gonna look like first, and the hair and everything else. Yeah, working this now. Okay, and here as well. Top edge of that, nah. This stuff though. Yeah, the filigree here. We gotta catch, and also maybe the top of these little guys. Yeah, those ought to be later as well. Where'd my stuff go? Just lost track of it. There it is. All right, this cannot work in here. It's a little bit like our Minas Tirith one, where we had to kind of reinforce the over and under aspect of the knotwork pattern. Same thing with the Shire here. Some of the overs and unders on this stuff over here. And look at that long bottom leaf right there on the Shire. I'll try that one also in well, either Messier, Tripo, whatever, or both, and we'll see if it can do more of a bas relief of that, and see if it can print that out. Of course, again, we'd have to get rid of the nameplate, I think. It would not understand what in the world that is. And again, for those that are kind of new here and such, well, I've been trying to make between Eldritch Foundry, the flats, essentially just my own files, my own figures, because when I need something for a very specific kind of a lesson, well, now I can just make it. I say, you know what? I need this type of a figure, or this type of basing bit, or this terrain piece, or whatever. It would be very nice to just be able to make that and then do the video from it. So that's kind of the main reason. And also, too, it kind of saves people some money instead of, okay, you needing to have subscriptions to Nerixin, about a dozen different Lord of the Rings sculptors, and 4 or 5 other Patreons like I do to be able to get at these files. If you could just get them from me, right, Arid? That would be a bit of a money savings there. Everybody, please give Arid Canwife a follow. Arid, you know the deal. You got to post your Pinterest link there so that folks can follow. Hopefully your Saturday stream was great. I'm sure that it was, and again, hopefully that medicine is doing what it's supposed to. I know that it's been what, almost a week now of having that medicine for there, and hopefully that is doing the trick. So you don't have to at least mess around with that. there's another billion things that are happening, but maybe scratch a few things off the list, right, Erin? You'd be happy with just scrap, like, here, let me get rid of these 2 or 3 things out of these 400. You would certainly, I think, jump at the chance. Ah, there we go. There we go. Folks would have listened to you, of course, Aaron. Maybe you wouldn't have had to go through all this, but, well, nobody listens to Zathras, right, Aaron? That's a sad tale of Zathras. No one listens to Zathras. We are all Zathras, of course. Darker here for some wood grains, which is actually making me hungry because it's making me think about cereal. But yeah, glad that at least that is getting under control. I mean, at a certain state, right, Arid will just say, okay, fine, we'll any situation that comes under some measure of control, we'll take it. We will accept. We will not protest. Hmm. Okay, this right. Let me get right over these 2 pieces. We did it down there, so I got to do it on the upper part. Also thinking about, yeah, see that? Yeah, all of this. That is, oh, what was the one? It was that the wood nymph that we did, remember? And the skin texture was all just painted on wood grain. There was no texture. Doing the same thing here. Again, to just match our, to match this here. Yeah, that, quite the laundry list, right, Aaron, of tasks. Like, uh, okay, why don't I just bring a giant toolbox with me, too? Because I'll probably need it. Hmm. Okay, we'll see just how much snow is falling out there. Again, I get the sense that at most I would just get the push shovel out there and then maybe 10-ish, 12 minutes. That would be it. I mean, it is, I have to say, it's kind of welcome. It's like, wait a minute. Could could this actually be December for the first time in years? There's this thing called snow. And did I not predict, using the power of observation of those geese on Thanksgiving, hightailing it out of here? I said, oh, I think we might actually have an actual normal winter again. Now, it makes a little bit of sense. I forget the difference between the El Nino and La Nina, but the pattern had changed. It's a multi-year pattern, and it is one that's supposed to lead to, well, I guess what, a more normal winter here in the Midwest. I will certainly take a more normal winter. December should not be the new August. December should just be the new December. Well, that's how it should go. Actually, Armored Wolf, was it last December or the December before where you guys had it was absurdly warm in December? As in quite literally just shockingly warm. I think it was. Hmm. Some more dark in the handle of that. Ah, yeah. We gotta get the underside of that. What about this? No, that one's pretty solid there. Gonna try to darken you down a little. Darken you down a little. try to just this is a little extra definition here in the hair. Oh yeah, that's right. I completely forgot that this is actually the first of our meshy figs. The ones we did last night, those were done in Eldritch Foundry. Holy smokes. I already lost track of that. Yeah. I think I might have said it in the intro of the stream, but yeah, here let's can create a few more little individual hairs going on there. Like that too, yeah. And we've been adding light. I'm going to actually start to add some dark also down here, just like we were doing on the chair. We'll do that here, especially in what we're thinking is more of a shadow type of area here underneath the figure. Also underneath the throne. A little more of that. Yeah, wait, gotta restore that line. And now a little more dark over there. And there we are. That is way too much paint. And there we go. That would not have been a thin little line. That would have been a big old glob. That's what it would have been. Also trying to maintain that little, see a little bit of the violet that's in the hair there. That, yeah, we just did it last night on a figure here that is much smaller, and we still put that violet in the hair like that. And there we go. There we are. A little bit more of our dark here. Okay. And we are again. Burnt umber, no, this is really, there's a little bit of burnt umber in this, mostly the Van Dyke brown. Get rid of some of the darker parts of our wood grain there. That will leave that bit of wood grain right there. I'll leave that alone. Here, get rid of some of that. I was thinking I was going to do wood grain. I want to actually get some of this dirt right in between the fingers here. Yes. Now you can see there's that little bit of greenish stuff going on in the shadow there in the fingers. Okay, you can kind of see it in mine, right? Look at it. See that? That's kind of almost like a greenish gray right there. Let me get back to my, there we go. Get back to my reference over there. Inside here. I don't think I want to go any darker with that. I am going to roll on back here to our fabulous cobalt type color here for some shadows. And let that mix with what is there. Oh, look at this. We're just about 4 hours in. And of course, consider that 4 hours ago, this was some brush on primer that basically was this. Again, this is another one of the figures here. So I might do a... Actually, I might save this then for our painting large scale. There we go. Yeah, we'll do this as painting large scale perhaps. That'll be on the Patreon page. Again, I love me the Loot Studios large scale, and one of my favorite things to do with was that Raging Heroes stuff is to actually print it at 72 mil, because at its normal size it tends to be kind of dainty and fragile. You print it up at this side, it's not so dainty anymore. And I got a bunch of Raging Heroes things that are printed out over, well, quite a while now. Well, you'll see them on the streams too. But they're a part of my painting large scale series on the Patreon page. Now here, this is kind of rough. A little bit rough, as not quite dog barky rough, but still a little rough. So let's do, here we go. We're looking for kind of a light-ish middle tone. This may be like a value 3, because everything next to it is kind of 4s, maybe a little 5 sprinkled in. So now we're going with the 3. And as we brush this in, it's also blending, because guess what? All that paint is wet. All that paint is wet there. We could, in theory, just almost remove just about all the paint that's on here. Now, by this time tomorrow, that's not going to be the case. By this time tomorrow, this will be mostly dry. Again, that's the alkyds, the absorbency as we saw down here, especially of the Sculpey, very absorbent material. And again, the not piling in a bunch of paint. When you are new to the oil paint, it is inevitable. You will just put gobs of paint on there, way more than you need. And that's where the alkyds, as we've kind of, well, live tested this thing. For folks that are newer to the oils, the alkyds have a lot of value, because it's not like you can pile up as much as you want and it's still going to dry, but let's put it this way, your margin for mischief is way, way greater. You have way more room, way more wiggle room, where you don't just kind of go, okay, well, that thing is pretty much hopeless because it will take years to dry, because I took a slow drying color and piled it on there, and now it's just never going to dry in my natural lifetime. And of course, we all strongly recommend, when you are first doing the oil paints, you do something like this: one light color, one dark color, just a value study. Not a bad idea doing that with the acrylics, for that matter. I mean, if you're using paint markers, whatever you're doing, value studies, not a bad idea, because especially if you are newer, right, you are not thinking like, okay, where do I put the bluish colors in here? Where do the tans go? Where do the violets go? Yeah, you don't have to worry about that. So you can, kind of focus on, learning certain things, maybe more about paint application, more about mixing, blending, instead of, oh, geez, I got to worry about how saturated is this color, how not saturated it is, whatever. Maybe you remove that. Keep it simple, right? Less complicated, more better, especially when you're new to things. Because that's what they did for us in our watercolor class. They said, well, you guys don't need to be struggling with a whole color palette and also the medium itself that you've, in some cases, never used before. So what we're going to do is we're going to say, okay, your vast palette choice is brown. That is your one color, and that's all you get to use. Halfway through the year, we had a whole 3 colors we could use. Eventually, there was the full palette, but by then, you have a much better handle on the medium itself. So again, you won't struggle so much, because struggling at the start, while maybe not unexpected, it's especially when it's supposed to be, for all intents and purposes, for entertainment. If it's nothing but a struggle, you will find other sources of entertainment. Needless to say. So you want to make sure, again, that it's not going to be completely hassle-free, but just minimize that. I am going to maximize some of this dark right here because I need that edge to be a little, also to it makes the hair seem lighter over there. Speaking of lighter, let me do this. Let me do this here with the hair. We'll take our, and some of our Naples yellow. Ooh, geez, got to break that down. That's been sitting there a while. Also, gotta get rid of that big clump of paint on there. Just some of the wavy bits in the hair. I want to have the light catch just a little glint of something there. I mean, here it can be sort of on the shiny side. Maybe not metal shiny, but maybe more like satin shiny or something like that. I'm not really a fabric expert. We got it now. All right. There's that. So working. Here's some more of this. That needs a little bit of light along the edge. No. Let me. There it is. There is our essentially kind of Mars red, Indian red, which is not really all that red. It's more of a brownish color. Ooh, look at that. It's a fun little wood grain color. Maybe that is a little too much like somebody just took a marker and drew in those particular lines. We're gonna get rid of some of that. Also, we got even more color changes happening in there. Where's that? There's the Fulton again. Back into some of our wood grains. Again, we're doing a lot of the midtones and the lights. Now we'll come back with like just a little bit of our mid-range into and kind of cut into the big sections here, like right here. See, it's gonna create a little extra wood grain in there. I even mentioned in the video when I'm sculpting all this, I say, look, that there's a lot of this we can just do with paint. Technically, you don't even have to. Well, look, that looks like wood grain. There is no wood grain texture there. Let me finish off that sleeve a little more. Yeah. Back to our kind of, again, this kind of bluish gray here. It's getting too dark. Too dark. Back to our violet then. And then there is a little bit. Oh, see, let me grab this chromium oxide. Is that going to be green enough, or is it going to be too green? Yeah, so we're actually throwing a little bit of green in here now. Well, greenish gray. That's when I say greens and browns and all this other kind of stuff. You look at that, it's like, well, that just looks like gray. Well, it is. It's a greenish gray. It's a gray that's tinted more blue, gray that's tinted more violet. Yeah, gosh, what was it? I think it was the scale 75. Now, this was years ago. There was one of those 10 color sets, and it was, I don't know, and this is at years ago. At that time, it was $50 or something, and it was just shades of gray. So they took some white, they took some black, and then just mixed them in different portions 10 times and said, give us $50 for that. It's like, well, just give me the white and the black. I'll do the rest myself. Thank you very much. Or you don't take the white or the black at all, and you do what we're doing here, which is create a whole host of different grays. Again, especially on something a large scale like this, even on 28 mil, it makes a difference. Just think of the how boring it would be if this was just all we did was we just took the white and the black and mixed them together, and that was our only gray. Even our film noir probably would have more color variation than that. Oh, this should probably get a little later here. Just notice that now. Now we're getting, there we are. We are getting somewhere. I would let, here, let me try. So here basically the hand casts a shadow on this extra little bit of cloth there, which I think is part of the belt loop or whatever. You know what? That lower lip. Ooh, now this might work. That's actually some of the dress color mixed with our. Yeah. Okay. There we are. Maybe some more. Just a teensy little bit here. Out towards the edge. The lower. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. So we'll do some of that. And in here, let me try this. I don't know if this is gonna do quite what I'm thinking it will, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Lighter. We'll go lighter here. Maybe even a little. Geez, I guess we'll hit. Yeah, we can do a little bit further. Now we're talking. Yeah. There we go. So again, the programming note for the plans for our Armada Monday. If it goes well, I think no matter what, I should be able to have at least a image to STL version of an Arizona flat printed out for Monday, for Armada Monday. If it goes super well, maybe I actually have more of a bas relief one that was done with Meshi, or, well, maybe even Tripo, who knows. But Meshi would be the thing, because I'm going to try to film that. You know what? That should also be a little lighter here. Shadow there, lighter there. Also a little more light under there, and then also here on that collarbone. And then a little something more back here. Alright, one more go around. Be careful here. Gots to be careful. little touch more right there. And again, what's interesting, all the kind of the grayish or some of the greenish type colors in the face here, that is because I saw the reference that it used, or, the image it created to be able to make the file. Again, that was the biggest surprise about Meshi, was the amazing. Again, it was a fabulous portrait reference. I might just, anytime I want to do a portrait, I might just bring it into Meshi and say, hey, look, give me all those really nifty grayish greens and all the parts of the face there. We'll touch more of this pink right in here. There we are. And I'm going to take this really light stuff here. Let me see if we can get. And I've been trying to do a little. There it is. Now, this will be difficult. This is not going to be easy, but I gotta try it here. We need one little shot of something darker in there. Okay. Gonna soften that up a little. Try this again now. Along there, and now one more time here. Now that I got that dark there. Come on. There it is. That's it. Okay. It's the one thing that was missing there too. And then again, maybe some more light here. Ooh, yeah, this is... That is a little bit ragged there. Let's clean that up for sure. So not too shabby for 4 hours, 12 minutes, and 44 seconds, I think anyways. And the only reason I even have any of these, the images that made these miniatures, is because I was trying to create some animations to go with the Eowyn showcase video. It's the only reason I have the pictures that made these sculpts. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the pictures at all. And if I hadn't done such a great job in creating them, which made great animations, I never would have had them for making miniatures of. This is still, yeah, this is still my fast matte white over here. The last remnants of it to do some of our lighter stuff here, like we do. Also, some of that down over here. I mean, there's a teeny little bit of stippling going on. I don't really want to get a whole texture in this here. It's not really the goal. What are we? Yeah, we're doing this now. Catch that little bit down there. Also here. Yeah, let me grab Indian yellow. Also some of this. Ooh, that's too much thinner there. I think we're okay on this. Yeah, so that's almost, yeah, see, that's got to take some of that paint off of there. Just ended up with a big old glob right here. Touch of light in there, and then, oh yeah, this, on this shoulder over here, we gotta definitely lighten that up. That should be catching. There we go. That little bit right there, that's what I was after. Gets the job done. Let me take, so that's, again, a little bit of our bluish gray color here. Just a little hint of, again, the wood grain right there. Some of that, again, that bluish gray in a few parts of the wood. We got some of it over there. Taking my blending brush to some of this over here. Now I'm gonna try maybe a little bit of our Payne's gray here. Just separate you a little bit more. That, and again, this is not a fold in the cloth. This is like part of the belt strap or loop or whatever there. Just seems like that should have a little bit more support. Okay. So this here, that's just way too much a solid batch of light colors here. We're gonna try and carve out again a little bit more of that filigree. Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's it's kind of like what we've been doing in the wood pattern. Same deal over here. Yep, we'll do this like that. Carry it down this way. Also, some more of that here. And now let's take some of this darker stuff and do a similar thing right here. See, that's a little too thick. Take some of that away. Same there, I got a little too thick. This side almost got a little too thin. Dark there. I wonder, yeah, see that we need some, at least some kind of middle tone in that sleeve here. Let's grab this. We just put a little bit of paint in there so we got something we can mix with. Because what's in there is mostly our original kind of almost dry brush glazy stuff. Now in here, this is more just kind of some brush stroke management. Let me take that. Now here we're getting to our violet now. Guess we better get some thinner and revive that a bit. It's also got a little bit of our, I think a little bit of the asphaltum in there too. Not really looking to make this lighter, just some of the rougher brushstroke type things, because again, some of that is still from our lighter dry brush stuff that we did and darker dry brush stuff that we did, I don't know, 4 hours ago. Because okay, we're starting to close in more on 4.5 hours here. Didn't realize we've been doing this quite that long. Again, now let's say you want to spend many more hours on this to refine things. Well, that's fantastic. The whole idea is that you have spent way less time trying to get to that point where you spend a lot of time just kind of doing more refinements. You've done all of the more, I don't want to say this is like grunt type work, but you've done, again, more structural type stuff, and you've done it really fast, which now, again, leaves you more time to perhaps do, again, freehand, sword slate, whatever extra things you might want to add there. Right, Tam Midnight? How you doing? Nice to see you there, Tam Midnight. Happy Sunday. Boy, Tam Midnight, there's so much new stuff that's been going on. Well, this is a very new thing. This is, well, this entire, yeah, we've been basically painting stuff that I sculpted myself, whether it was either Eldritch Foundry figures or whether it was some of our flats here. Right, like our Minas Tirith flat. Oh, here it is. This is the one. Yeah. So that's the one we painted up on Thursday right there. So, Tam Midnight, I hope that you're doing well. And I appreciate you being here. Sorry that the stream times have been just so late and so weird. And of course, if you want to share something in the chat there, Tamid, please go ahead. So yeah, those are just some things. Oh my god, I don't know if you've seen all of the... Well, you haven't, because nobody's... outside just a few folks, nobody has seen the Japanese themed designs or the Arthurian ones for the flats. And again, those will all be part of the Patreon page. Yeah, this is just one of several figs. Here's another. This is a smaller version. And here's oh look, another version there. And oh look, we made this one here. Ah, that's fantastic, Tim. And again, if you want to share your Chaos Dwarves there, please go ahead. I'm sure folks would get a kick out of seeing those big hats. Come on, there we are. Okay, that's more like it. We'll do something over here. Works there. Yeah, I'm gonna lighten this up right in that little area there, and then some down here. And that's got a little bit more of the yellowish tone, basically like what we got up in the hair. Some of that over here, and let's get the, there we go. You know, this finger here, there we go. There's our light red, kind of almost like a, again, almost like a pinkish color there. Let's restore that one finger there, making that a little lighter. Ah, that one makes more sense now. Maybe even get a little more light on the thumb there too, yeah. And I think it was, so the ear, the side of the chin, that, because of the lightness of the dress there, you are what you wear. So we'll try to create a little more light down here, a little more reflected light that is. Down there. this needs to change a little bit. Here, let me grab this and some of the violet again. That's a little bit of cleanup there because that tendon should be going that direction, not coming out this way. That has been looking weird for a while. Now we got rid of that. It all makes more sense. Need a less sharp edge right over there too. Same deal. I might even go for, I think we got this here. Just was to look at it, my reference there. yeah, there we are. That helps. Possibly even some of our, again, it's green, but not really green, if that makes any sense. It's literally green mixed with our skin tone, which makes it, again, more of a grayish green. And just kind of putting that in some places in the hand, on the chin. So right there. Then we got the rosy part for the cheek there, don't we? And again, 4.5 hours ago, this was nothing but some Steiner Res, the brown primer. That would be the Ebony Flesh primer. Very neutral brown. Super neutral brown. Is that going to be a little too much of our goldish brown color? I'm just going to try to sneak a little of that into here. Yeah, there we go. Again, that's just putting a little bit of this tan, grayish tan type color here, right next to our blue. If this was just dead gray or whatever, this whole area would look super, super boring. There'd be really nothing to even look at, really. See, getting a little bit of the yellowish color in that sleeve there. Are we hitting this too? Yes, we are. Same thing with that wood grain there. No, we're going to leave that alone. Don't want to get that much light that close to the floor. Now this maybe should get a little something here. Been eyeing that for a little while. Where's my... almost like a Turo Rosa in there, and then that's that bluish gray over here. Now, damn it, I guess how many of the big hats did you have to do to get that project underway and hopefully almost done, or at least it's moving along well. Catching a few more little bits of the line down here. That just those little bits and no more. I think I don't really want to do a whole bunch more with the light on that filigree there. There is some more of this back here though that could use maybe that. Yeah, that was just all kind of dark back there. Need a little more light. So if you want to see stuff, well, like those figures we were just painting last night, or that other flat of Minas Tirith, you go here, Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. There's no ads there. essentially that's basically where all of our Twitch episodes go now because we can't keep them on Twitch anymore. Advantage with the YouTube channel is there's a playlist there, so you can say I want to see large scale stuff, or I want to see flats, or whatever Battlestar Galactica ships. You go to the appropriate playlist, and you're all ready to rock and roll. So again, none of this texture is here whatsoever. This has all just been painted on. So effectively, we've got an entirely free-handed throne. Yeah. Well, I mean, there's some of that filigree there is sculpted in, but a lot of this is, oh, again, all of the wood grain stuff. Yep, that was not there. Just painted on. So back to some of our light here. Let me move this out of the way before that gets knocked over, because it will. And here's yet another edge. I just want to get some of the brush strokes going. Like right here, weird little hard edge. We're just trying to feather that out a little. No, I think we're getting there. Might I might zoom out a bit here actually. There. So you can actually see a little bit more of the overall piece here and understand maybe why we're trying to tie something together, tone something down, or bring it up because of how everything is elsewhere next to it, around it. And sometimes an adjustment made to one thing, well then okay, then you have to kind of maybe adjust a few other things along with it. Okay, that's this whole area now is a little bit less ragged. That was looking just a bit again on the ragged side. I'm gonna try and sneak a little bit of mid-tony something in there. I'll just maybe use you as a blending brush there too. Yeah. Same thing in here to just again take away a little bit of the ragged nature of some of these brush strokes right here. Just same deal over here. Again, there's a little bit of raggedness. Now there is not. We hit this now here. Yep, okay. That should be a little lighter. That should be a little lighter. And then enough of that. Now here in the we either gotta and let me take our Mars Yellow Deep. At least along the side part. Oh, I think we're just about there. Let me try this. Hopefully it's not gonna be too light. Right in there, and then that. Yeah, because there's like a light blob there. That wasn't really making any wasn't defining the hair. It was doing the opposite. So everybody check out the Discord link there that Tam Midnight just posted. And it looks, I think that's gonna be the big hats, right, Tam Midnight? And again, everybody, please go check out that link there that Tam Midnight just posted. Get yourself some Chaos Dwarfy goodness there. Come on, there we go. There was a stubborn bit of paint that was just kind of clombed into the brush there. We had to get rid of that. There's a little bit of a group picture there too of the Chaos Dwarves. That was my first ever Blood Bowl team. And of course, well, I had no idea what I was doing because, well, the people in the league, there was a couple little secrets that they didn't necessarily tell me about that I kind of had to learn the hard way myself. So yeah, that team was very difficult to play that team. Also too, that was a very old regime. We're talking about the 90s. Yeah, not even the 2000s yet. Here, let me go back to my. Oops, nope. That is too. That's been sitting there too long. We have to get a little thinner in there now. I don't know if you can see it right in here, but yeah, those lighter lines just kind of end there. We need something again that's kind of in between, a little lighter than that. Oh, that's fantastic, Tamid. Now, Tamid, we're going to be building a stadium for him and such. Well, that was one of my favorite parts of, well, doing all the logo and stuff. I really love doing it for Blood Bowl team. And then making the stadiums. Really love doing that. Obviously, now with all the printing stuff, you could much more easily print a lot of the little accoutrements that go along with the Blood Bowl stadium instead of having to sculpt all the benches and the other things that you would put in that area. Let me drag this a little further down here. There we go. It just like magically stopped right there. It's like, I don't think it would do that. I think it would keep going. Oh, but Tamid, to me, that really made the whole thing so much more fun. Was playing in a stadium there instead of just like on a board or even again those neoprene mat type fields they do. I mean, it certainly is way nicer than just like a standard old cardboard thing. But boy, oh boy, there is nothing like actually a stadium. Boy, it is fantastic. All right, let me get that going here. A little something more over there. That's it. We need a little bit more like to carry down to here. Maybe even throw a little something lighter right here. And again, the Meshi did a really good job of creating the fabric, not just the folds, but the fabric. This is definitely it's not that kind of delicate fabric. It was very much meant to be a thicker, heavier fabric. Boy, when they have stuff like that and the scoreboards and everything, Tamid does it. I mean, it just makes it way more fun of an experience. Let me try to lighten this up a touch more here. Also over here. And ooh, yeah, here. Let's not quite this late. It's in that. That's still too late. We'll retreat from that to this, I think. There we are. Yeah, see, that had to be almost kind of in between, a bit of mid-tone. At least as one part of the shadow part of the fold. Yeah, we had to do that. Back now here, that's somewhat lighter stuff there. So yeah, this is a resin print. And here's some of the other ones that I created at the same time. Here's one with the throne there, and then also this one here, another larger, basically 75 mil, and the fabulous shield that goes along with it. There we go. Made all of those, and of course, last night we were painting. These are the figures I made at Eldritch Foundry here. Where's our other Eowyn? There is that one, and then again doing all of our fabulous flats here. We got so many, and then well, it'd be really fun. I'm gonna enjoy painting these. There's another new flat that I made just the other day, like what, Thursday or something. And we'll be painting those up on stream and also in our tutorial videos, because guess what, we have an entire series based on painting flats, well, making and painting flats, because yeah, we all the flats that I paint are ones that I made. And the only way you can get your hands again get your hands on those files is to be on the Patreon page, since I mean they're pretty much for lessons. They should pretty much just be available to the patrons on the Patreon page. Tamid, now there might come a point where, because there'll just be so many designs. Now again, they're not in the Dropbox folder just yet, because we're still they're so new, Tamid. We're still testing them all out. And again, there's let me see if I can try and get down to some of our other themes. Of course, we also have a Trench Crusade theme. We painted this one up on stream. We've got our Lord of the Rings theme, of course, but we also have, let me see, what do we have here? Yes, we also have our Arthurian theme. We've got the, again, this is our more of our Lord of the Rings theme right here. And then, of course, we have our Japanese theme and our, let me see if I can get to it here. Now, there we go, yeah. That's our Battlestar Galactica theme right there. Look at that, there's the survivor board there with school teacher Roz hanging out there, doing the stuff. Whoops, wrong brush. This is the one we want. And I don't know if you saw the new sculpted fellowship that I did. Did that also on the Patreon page in Eldritch Foundry. And eventually that's another thing that will go. I think the first sculpts that end up in that Dropbox will be the Eldritch Foundry stuff, because, well, I know those are good STLs because they're from Eldritch Foundry. The stuff that I'm doing, I just want to make sure it's something that people can actually work with. So Tamit, well, here, actually, the colder it gets, it actually works out better, because the heater, the heat vent in the basement is right above the printers. And mine are pretty old too. They're Tamid. They're a couple of Anycubic Mono X's. Yeah, the Smithsonian is looking to get a hold of those. Now, of course, on the FDM side, well, I guess even the bamboo is not exactly the latest thing anymore. That's the X1 carbon. Oh yeah, that's right. I wonder. Let me see. So 2 hours and 44 minutes ago, it was just at the 24-hour mark. So it's under a day. It's still got 22 hours to go on that print. Holy smokes. So Tamidnite, and I actually have one of these stupid things that I got because people said I should get one in the early days of trying to keep things warm. This was when the printer was in a different part of the basement, a grow tent. Yeah, that's the other thing. Because what you can do is, since the printer generates its own heat once it's been going for a while, you kind of you take some kind of space heater, whatever, you heat up the interior of the grow tent, and then once the printer is going, it kind of maintains that heat. The other thing too is one of those warm air humidifiers, and actually that's the one of the many things I have to do tomorrow is set up one of those warm air humidifiers. So yeah, that's something. Again, I still have that stupid grow tent there. I guess I would have probably had to maybe think about using it if it wasn't for, again, that the colder it gets, the warmer it actually gets in the basement. I know it's a weird phenomenon, but given the fact that that's why when I was sleeping in the basement for a while, the bed was directly, again, underneath one of those heat vents, and it was almost warmer in the like the dead of winter sleeping down there than it was in some places upstairs, because again you were right smacking underneath the heat. It was blowing right down on you. Let me do this over here and some of that here. So yeah, Tamid, they're not too expensive, and of course too, if you don't need a larger one, it should be even less. Because what I used to do was, it was almost like I had heated vats. I would actually have basically a space heater going, and it would be pointed right at the vat while I was doing other things, probably taking the prints off of the build plate. That was back in the, what was that, the I don't even remember. Oh, the Sonic Mini 4K. Yeah. While I would be removing the print, cleaning things, whatever, the vat would be actually sitting there, or the jar of what you call it there, the resin, that would be sitting right in front of the heater. That stuff would be mighty toasty by the time it actually got into the printer. Yeah, Tamid, I get a self-leveling. There's a vat detector, so if you're starting to run low on resin or something like that, they got the heater thing going. I think they also vacuum the carpet and stuff now. They do all kinds of nifty new things. I get there might come a day, well, especially if these, of course, I can keep them going because, at least for now, finding all the parts to those is fairly easy. But there might come a time where even those more common anycubic parts start to become less common. This was another thing that I think was maybe missing for a little bit. Let me. Got to change the consistency. Remember, thicker paint sticks to the thinner paint, and vice versa. There. Hey there, City Mouse. How you doing? So happy Sunday, there, City Mouse. Here's hoping that your Sunday is off to a fantastic start, like always. Now I wonder. I'm gonna give that a try. Let me take this over here. little extra light on the nose, a little. Is it a little extra light on the lid? That's a little more than we wanted. So we're gonna just try to take that away there. Let's see. Silly Moss, I'm super excited here because this is the very first of my miniatures that I created myself. Not even an Eldritch Foundry kind of thing, but basically 100% just kind of made myself. And that's been super fun. Again, we've got all kinds of other ones that we have been working on here. Thanks, Silly Moss. And of course, all of the other Eldritch Foundry stuff, the Cathy miniature, the new Fellowship, the new Wapelius Spellbrush figures, doing busts. There's it's been wild. Let me try some more of this here. There we go. Now we're gonna throw some of this in here. Yeah, that's it. That is it. A little bit more of our light over on this sleeve right here. Just gonna pull some of that light down a little bit this way. So sorry that the bed thing hasn't worked out super well. I saw some kind of freaky advertisement during the games today that it's like one of those things where you open up the bag and the whole thing expands like a mattress, like one of those big foam mattresses or something, except it's a sofa, as in like a full-size two-piece sofa it's heavy, they said, but it like you open up the bag and it just pops open, and I guess it's large enough for people to sleep on. There we are. Okay, that is better right there. And again, we have all over. We have the blues. There's even some greens down there in some parts of our shadows on the cloth. That's all too light. There, let's. No, I want some of the yellow in there. There we go. No problem there, silly mouse. It's almost like I had to walk to school going uphill both ways against the wind in the snow and the heat. You got to cover all of the bases, right, silly mouse? You got to cover all the bases there. Ooh, yeah, I like that little bit of the yellowish stuff right there on the sleeve. I haven't seen Tamid. The last Kings of War stuff I saw was basically the Tomb King type stuff. And I mean, this is years ago. There was the new Empire of Dust figure. That's it, Empire of Dust. I mean, maybe it was. Whoops! Wait a minute here. I don't. No, that's not them. That's not them. Oh, wait. Oh, they're these guys. That was the last of the Mantic stuff that I ever saw. Was those guys right there? That's the last of it. She was at. Did I ever even? I don't even know if I ever played the second edition. I might have only ever played the first edition. Well, let's see. If Empire of Dust was only in second edition, well then it was second edition. But yeah, it was years ago. Man, oh man, it was probably 2017 or something like that. The last time I played Kings of War. Or it could have been earlier than that. I don't know. Oh, yeah, look at here. We got all kinds of fun stuff happening in the floor here. Here, let's do some of this lighter green while we're at it. Let's do some lighter greens here too. I think, well, most of the, actually, ironically enough, Tam and Night, the whole reason why we have Armada Mondays, even to this day, was because and now again, they probably added a bunch more stuff to that, so I'm not terribly current on the Armada stuff either, but that was the most of the Mantic stuff that I was painting was the Armada stuff, and it was either the lizards or the creatures, whatever that. Oh God, what was the? It was the fleet of sea monsters. I can't remember what that fleet was called anymore. Trident Realms, maybe that's what that was called. I still do have a bunch of, I don't know, there were naiads or something like that that I actually still have assembled and put together. I wanted to actually do an army painting series on those so that we could do, we've never actually done like underwater sea creature type basing ever. Well, I think we might have done one of those for just one figure or something. So yeah, it's been a long time since I last saw any Mantic stuff. I still actually have a few stragglers of the. It's mostly the really tiny Armada ships, whether it's the Elves or the Empire of Dust or whatever. Those are kind of the only ships that are really left there. And I guess maybe some of the Basilean, I think that's what they were called. Oh, thanks to Tiamat. And of course, that basing style has led directly to all the stuff that we've done with our 1/1800 scale ships there. And boy, have we done a lot of those. There's been tons of those guys. Thanks everybody for posting a link to the Patreon page. Appreciate that. Nope, nope, nope. That would be too late. We're going to back off to maybe this. There. Yeah, that was the whole doing the water effects using the heavy gloss gel to create the water effects for the ships. And but we still do that. And of course, we're still doing the ships on our Armada Mondays. Of course, we're also having fun doing the. We've got 13 of these Battlestar Galactica style ships there now. It's hard to believe we've done that many already. Back to this maybe. Let me line up this right here. Yeah. Keep going here. Now that's back to almost like the Naples yellow here. Yeah, right around the filigree there on the throne. I have a little bit of my lighter stuff here. Got a little too light there. We'll get rid of that. Is nice. I might even let a little bit right here along the edge. And again, we're going to be taking our There it is. Well, ultimately, we'll be putting this along the edge of that. And it really does a nice job of just essentially making this kind of disappear. Like here, you can kind of see where the Sculpey and the base part. Now, again, this is one of our part of our printing workshop. These little plinths that I made, a gigantic magnet goes in there. I don't even think I can. I can't even dig this stuff out. The magnets are so powerful, they're stuck to everything. Yeah, here you go. Look at that. See these big old magnets right here? Look at that. That's what goes down in there. And this is FDM printed here. And that is part of my printing workshop group of videos on the Patreon page. And well, I'm making these things. This is now, I'm in the process of filming the latest episode in my film printing workshop series. I think it's going to be like episode 15 or 16. It also covers printing things like a lot of busts in FDM. So we have a whole bunch, at least 2 or 3 episodes on incorporating busts and plinths together and then printing it out in FDM, really gigantic. I'll be curious to see if I can maybe print this one. I think with all the, the throne and everything, I might be able to print this one out much bigger in FDM with the 0.2 nozzle. Again, I would really like to try the 0.2 layer height as well. Do I want okay, fine. I'm going to put a little Terra Rosa into this here. A little more Terra Rosa. This right here. I guess we'll go a little lighter with that, maybe. Fine. Just got to break this down some more. That paint's been sitting there a while. Oh, geez. Wow, we've been doing this over 5 hours. I was going to say, well, we've been doing this maybe close to 5 hours. No, it's over 5 hours now. So yeah, Tamit, now like I said, I haven't even tried the 0.2 nozzle yet. Now, of course, does that extend the printing times? Well, of course it's going to. But even the 0.2 layer height didn't actually increase the print time as much as I thought it was going to. It makes it more. It does make it longer. But I was thinking it would be some ungodly amount of time. It's not really all that terrible. Okay, we're doing that now. But since it's getting to be close to 5 o'clock in the morning here, I think we might have to head on maybe Brushmaster's Way or something like that. Of course, before we start doing that, we also want to say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all the moderations. Also want to say thanks for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers. And of course the raids, we had some of those. And again, our next stream will be Monday, Armada Mondays, and hopefully we've got some yet another new type of flat. Because remember, we were talking about making I actually have a height map of this because we're going to make a bas relief out of this painting right here. Oh, geez, Aaron, it's got to be super late for you there. Well, Tamit, thank you so much for being here. And again, hopefully we'll see you again on the stream. Hopefully see you again. And glad that you've been able to enjoy some of the Mantic stuff, plus the big hats and everything else. And again, many thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all the moderations. And see you later there, Erid. We will see you later. I'm going to get this raid counter underway here so that we can again head on over to Brushmaster. So thanks again, everybody. Fabulous new Eowyn figure. So see you guys on Monday.